Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to... No, wrong one. You know what, close enough. Oh god, Paper Mario Sticker Star, the fourth of the Paper Mario games, also known as the zeroth of the Paper Mario games, because this is not a Paper Mario game. I don't care what they say. This is a Paper Mario game in the same way that Final Fantasy Legends is a Final Fantasy game, aka not at all. So, real quick, I own this game, obviously. I bought it the day it came out. Yeah, this is Breath of Fire 6, for those of you who understand that. Or that recent Command & Conquer abomination. Oh, I forgot to update the thanks thing. No! This is all Mr. Red's fault for pointing out the flaw. And definitely not my fault. God, okay, look. I always forget something, okay? It's time to kill Mr. Dead once and for all. Yes, Evo was like, I want you. And that's actually what she sounds like in real life. I can tell you this. I have actually been her voice director in several projects. Okay, so this is... Okay, who donated this monstrosity? Oh my gosh. It's gonna take me a minute. Why do y'all have numbers in your names? It's horrible. I know the reason why. You don't have to tell me why. Mr. Red 97. Ah. Okay. Here's the thank you list. Oh my god. We have suddenly switched genres and ages. Mr. Red 97. This is more like 80s music, but it still fits strangely. Ahem. Okay, for real, hang on, let's rewind a second. So, ladies and gentlemen, shoutouts and thank you to Alex Korbianiki, Ann Diddy, Bella Calic, Blake Javal, Brian Stefanoff, Chill Pangolin, Cycloud, Dame Celeste, Ect, Klug, I don't know why I said that like that, Ect Klug, Game Geek 5698, Judo Joker, Justin T 1977, Kira White Noise, Lord Harrimont, Lucas Slaughter, Melkor Blade 7, Mr. Red 97, Off the Deeper End, Peznator, President Clamp, Rex Yaldabaoth, Savacom 04, Tobias Winker, and our majority shareholder and the person who put the game on the list, Frieza 2000. Thank you, all of you, as always, for making this run happen, for allowing me to continue doing things like eating food. The year is 2012. Paper Mario came out, and it was great. Paper Mario 2 came out, and it was even better. Super Paper Mario came out. It was fine. I don't want to come down as too harsh on Super. It is a fine game. A noticeable step down from the other two, but it's a good game. Super Paper Mario is still a good game. Then this came out. So I own this game, as I was mentioning earlier. I bought it the day of, on faith, of course, and took it home and played it, and I will point out the exact moment I started hating it. Spoilers, it's really early. But I stuck with it. I was like, you know what? Super took a while to catch my attention too, so I'll go ahead and stick with it. And I did, and I did, and I did, and I did. And then I hit a certain point, I'll also point out that point. And once I hit that point, I quit. And I never went back. I've never beaten this game. So this will be our first time. Now, here's the thing. Nintendo, they're cool, right? But the exact thing that makes them cool makes them very frustrating. See, Nintendo likes to sit over in their own world. And on the one hand, that is a very good thing. in an era of absolutely horrific predatory practices, over monetization, massive amounts of splurging money on the wrong things and the wrong people to diverge too much wealth to the wrong individuals, to stifle as much creativity as possible while ensuring that the worker base is putting out the least possible good as is possible. Nintendo takes care of their people, does a decent even spread of finances amongst those people, and consistently puts out really solid games. But on the other side of things, there's also the fact that they very much insist that certain things need to always kind of be a certain way. Now, Miyamoto gets a lot of blame for Sticker Star, and he does deserve some of it, but only some. Sticker Star was originally being developed back in 2010, and they actually had a fairly large amount of development time through that, and actually succeeded quite a bit on making a playable game. And then Miyamoto played it and said, well, this is just Paper Mario 2 again. Now, if that sounds familiar, then congratulations, you've watched my Zelda series. The poison of the Zelda franchise, I mean this with sincerity, this is not like some hyperbolic statement. The thing that poisoned the Zelda franchise was the fact that there were people in the upper management who insisted that every game had to bring something new, gimmick-wise. There had to be something different, otherwise it doesn't deserve to exist. Remember, they almost discontinued the Zelda franchise after Twilight Princess. Actually, technically, before Twilight Princess. And the only reason they finally came around to making Skyward Sword was because they came up with that waggle thing for the sword. Just a reminder. So when they made Paper Mario 2, they said, it's just the same awesome game again. And they were like, well, screw that nonsense. But rather than completely scrapping everything, they took it back to the thing. And they had several bits of feedback. Now again, Miyamoto gets a lot of negatives from this. The one thing Miyamoto did add is, I did my research on this, because this has been reported and misreported by years, even including by me. I'll admit I've been wrong about this. Miyamoto's biggest shtick was complete the game with only characters from the Super Mario world. That was his shtick, okay? So there was some pushback and back and forth about adding new characters, but if you don't understand, yeah, exactly, Dakota. This is why there's not been an F-Zero game since the GameCube, as a reminder. The Paper Mario 1 and 2 and Super all added tons of new interesting characters and had tons of interesting fleshed out world building in all three games because they were fleshing out the world. It's an RPG, right? That's what RPGs do, is they kind of live and breathe on world building and characters. So that was all just kind of thrown out the window by Miyamoto's command. And this was a demand. We actually have an interview, much more recent interview, during the creation of Origami King, both Tanabe and oh god, I can't think of the guy's name. I wrote it down. Taro Kudo, excuse me. Both came forward and say that, yeah, this is how things have been since this game. It's worth noting those mandates still exist. So while there have actually been 3 Paper Mario games after this, all of them have been, for lack of a better way to put it, tainted with the brush of this game. Because if you don't know who Miyamoto is, I got nothing. They have all been tainted with the brush of the development mandates of this game. Because every single one of them was going to be something else, but hang on, we got to stick to Sticker Star. It's worth noting Sticker Star apparently sold pretty well and is apparently relatively popular in Japan and nowhere else. Everyone mentions there was this interview, and this comes from Kensuke Tanabe, who is one of the major producers over at Nintendo. And he, during that survey, there were 2 big things that they found. 1, nobody liked the story of Super Paper Mario. And 2, everyone loved that 3D gimmick. That's the best thing ever. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I really don't. I have no way of telling how true that is. But that was the feedback they decided to go with because of the many issues Japanese developers have, is the fact that almost all Japanese developers, like all of them, from every company, not just Nintendo, tend to think that Japan is the only world that exists when it comes to feedback. In other words, if Japanese fans say something, they'll listen. If anybody else does, nothing. So they listened, and they said, okay, no problem. We'll go ahead and restructure this. This also leads to the other big contributor here of making this game totally suck. That would be Taro Kudo. I just mentioned him earlier. He was the game's lead writer, which I question because I'm not sure this game has writing. Taro Kudo determined, and I quote, this is a direct quote, "The game does not need a complex story to drive the action." So, there's one last little asterisk here, which probably isn't really something that makes the game worse, but it certainly didn't help. Because this is a relatively early feature on the 3DS, they wanted to go ahead and make this game such that you could play it in short spurts. You play an episode, you close the game. You play an episode later, you close the game. You get it, right? So as you'll see here, correct, Roxamus. So as you'll see here, the game is very episodic in a way that's arguably to its detriment, because there kind of isn't an overarching plot. So, yeah. Moving on. Now, I'm not sure how this is going to score. I even put that out in the questionnaire. Speaking of which, who was it? I noticed someone poke in, and I was naming it right there. It is Potato Yahoo. Hi. Welcome to the stream. You have chosen a fascinating game to poke your head in on. Because this is either going to be terrible, or terrible and also hilarious. There really is not a lot of in between there. Bug Fables, Kirby Block 2, Kirby Block 3. You got it. Thank you, little Billy. As always. And yeah, the Japanese market is different. I understand that. I'm not trying to say that it isn't. But that's sort of the point, isn't it? If you're listening to just one market, and then you release a game outside of that market and it doesn't sell well, maybe there's a reason for that. So hang on, I gotta untangle a couple of things here really quick. Nope, hang on, almost. There we go. Okay. Wait, other markets exist? What? All right, so I actually have several things I want to talk about. I'm trying to hold myself back because there's so much to cover in this garbage game. So let's go ahead and hang on. Give it a sec. There it goes. Okay. I'm not sure, actually, J. Palmer. Today's star begins one evening during a holiday called the Sticker Fest. You like paper. That's what people like about Paper Mario is the paper, right? They don't like anything else. They like the paper, right? On the special night, a sticker comet falls from far beyond the sky. If everyone concentrates and wishes on this sticker comet... Look at all those flavorful NPCs. Sorry. It said that all those wishes will come true. Oh, there's one character out there. Nope, still just one. I mean, it reminds me of something I've said many, many times, usually in regards to MMOs. You need to know how to listen to your audience and how not to listen to them too much. It's actually a pretty hard thing to do. I will admit that. There's a skill involved. Who's this Yahoo? Alright, so... Negative to story. In fact, I'm going to argue 3 negatives immediately. Do you see that character there? Do you see the big guy there? Well, he's already gone, so I hope you saw him. So here's the thing. Some of you, these are 3 very specific negatives. These are, in my opinion, the worst thing on the narrative axis of this game. There's worse things on the gameplay axis. We'll cover that. Yeah, you and Mook both won, Juno Joker. Aw, he got a crown. Bowser, I mean, whoever that is finally a princess. Oh, we got a foil. Check it out, we got a foil princess. Hell yeah. So here's the thing. I am going to actually explain these negatives. First of all, let's ignore everything else. Let's crucible this down to its bare bones. The central villain of an RPG has no dialogue at all. Now that can work. I can think of one example off the top of my head where that has worked, and that is Chrono Trigger with Lavos. But the main villain has no dialogue. Even games that do like inverse establishment, hell, movies, Lord of the Rings trilogy, Sauron doesn't say a lot of lines, but every one of them is memorable, and a lot is done to flesh him out as a character, right? So, you know, that works, right? I mentioned, yeah, I see you is a hell of a line when it's coming from a giant flaming eye. Sin is debatable, and we'll actually discuss that when we get to FF10. But I do think that one kind of works because the whole point is that he isn't the central villain. Seymour is. And Seymour has tons of dialogue, right? Also true of Von Falkenstein. Plenty of people, plenty of villains have lines of dialogue in Chrono Trigger that are not Lavos. But here, Bowser, the main villain, has no lines of dialogue. That can be made to work. We've given examples of how it can work. It super duper does not work here. So we're going to go ahead and just jot down an immediate negative, regardless of all of the factors. Now let's get into the other two negatives. External continuity. Here's the thing. Bowser is one of those not really evil villains, except in the Mario Galaxy. We actually talked about this when we were doing the Mario block a couple of years ago. And that's a big part of his personality in all of the Mario games. Pretty much, I'd say, from like Mario World onwards, if not earlier than that. But the fact is, just in the Mario franchise, Bowser's like the big Bowser, like, kind of a guy. There's a reason most people who are voicing Bowser kind of do it like this, right? But that's just the Mario-verse. It actually gets so much worse when you realize that this is a Mario RPG. Bowser has been extraordinarily well characterized in every RPG prior to now. And at this point, the Mario and Luigi series had come out too. Remember Mario and Luigi 1? He was a hell of a character there and hilarious. I won't spoil it for you if you haven't played it. But yeah, Super Mario RPG. He was the breakout, honestly. Also a game that followed the Peach characterization of her being a badass while we're on the subject. And then Paper Mario 1, obvious. Paper Mario 2, obvious. Super Paper Mario, a game that I have issues with, still nailed it. He's still Bowser. So, regardless of this being an RPG and anything, the fact that they decided to make one of the best and most interesting Mario characters in the RPG series a mute nobody, I actually struggle to actually explain how much this pisses me off. I am livid at the fact that they have decided to turn Bowser into a, and this is pun intended, piece of cardboard. Okay. Past that initial hurdle. One of the things I used to like to do before we started this stream is I'd ask people, hey, how many lines of dialogue do you think Bowser's? Now, I've already given you, I told you it's 0. But you would be shocked how many people would never guess 0. Nobody ever guesses 0. Some people guess like 3, 5, 2, 8, 15, a lot. Nobody guesses 0. You know what? Darth Nihilus is actually another good example of making this kind of voiceless antagonist work. Also, and I really don't want to pull persnickety, but I'm not even sure Darth Nihilus qualifies as voiceless. Because that wonderful thing he does kind of conveys the same idea and actually makes him even more horrifying in a way, that he's just talking this horrific eldritch speech every time he's on screen. And everyone just else is just wincing when he's talking. Again, it's kind of the Sauron thing. Anyways. Wake up. You like Navi, right? Would you like the most irritating version of Navi that exists? Yes, even worse than Phi. Oh, come on! Wake up! Who? Hey, you. Come here a minute. No, this way. Over here. Not that way. Okay. Hurry up. Get over here. No, no, no. Over there. Not over there. Over here. Ah, this is so annoying. Come on. Get over here. Please. Just come over to me. Okay. We finally lived. Hi, Kersti. Hey, you made it. Finally. Sure took your sweet time, huh? But whatever. It's fine. So this is Kersti. So we have a category on the LGAs. Okay? For those of you not aware, that's the Little Rocket Game Awards. Feel free to vote at any point in time, or sorry, nominate at any point in time of the year for games and characters you think that qualify. You can type !LGA in chat in order to pull that up. This is our introduction to Kersti. She's terrible. So, we have a category there called Most Punchable. Please do not nominate Kersti for Most Punchable. Let me explain. Most Punchable is a character who isn't actually like a bad character, necessarily. It's a character you want to slug, right? I actually have a perfect example for those of you who watched the Guild Wars 2 stream, which we just did during the End of Dragons. There's a character named June, who's not a bad character, but you kind of just want to slug her, right? Yes, Rax. So that's yeah. You don't no. Someone who's punchable is the opposite of get off my screen. Kersti, yeah, Ashley in Resident Evil 4 is kind of a punchable character, especially in the original. Yeah, most punchable is someone that it's like whap. For example, Bram back in Guild Wars 2 would not qualify as most punchable. He just sucks. So please do not nominate Kersti for this because she is not punchable. She sucks. Ahem. In case it's not obvious, I'm stuck here and can't move. Hurry up and peel me off this thing. Just get close to me and hold down A. You can handle that, right? Whew, that was unpleasant. Hey, wait a minute, you... What's your deal? I feel like Jazz, by the way. You're the one who touched the comet. What is wrong with you? It's a saying from the beginning of time. Never, ever touch the sticker comet. You must have heard it a million times. You don't think a comet packed full of people's wishes might be the teeniest bit dangerous? No, you, in your infinite wisdom, had to lay your grubby little hands on it and kerblamo! Total chaos. And do you even realize what blew off the hoodos were in that blast? The royal stickers! Yeah, those royal stickers. This is all your fault, pal. You're taking full responsibility for all of this. Huh? Someone named Bowser touched the sticker comet and you're Mario? How dare you? Pinning the blame on someone else. Talk about cowardly. Talk about completely unpaper-like. A lady is in serious trouble here. Ask yourself, what would the world-famous Mario do at a time like this? Huh? Really? Oh, you really helped? Thanks. In that case, I'll introduce myself. I'm Kersti, the worst character in this game. I came from faraway Sticker Star to grant everyone's wishes at the Sticker Fest. It's not me who grants them, mind you. No, the stickers who wield the mystical powers to grant those wishes are known as royal stickers. Now they're scattered all over. As their caretaker, it's my duty to find all of them, or else I can't return to the Sticker Star. So yeah, that's why you have to help me find the royal stickers. Looks like they fell outside of town, so we need to go figure out how to get out of here. So, I would like to immediately argue for two negatives. One to story and one to gameplay. As usual, I'll approach this professionally, controlled manner. They're stupid. So, first of all, that is the worst kind of tutorialization. We were actually talking about that not too long ago. This is absolutely bad tutorialization. And don't worry, it's going to get worse. Second of all, yeah, this is our companion character. You know, the character who has the most lines of dialogue in the entire game. And the character who's going to be with us for the overwhelming majority of the story. They are, for all intents and purposes, the viewpoint character. In a lot of games like this, this is the kind of character who gets most of the story focus. Midna in Twilight Princess is a perfect example of the type of character I'm referring to. Honestly, Tattle, I think, in Majora's Mask, I hate to use another Zelda example, is another perfect example of this. Starlo in the Mario and Luigi series. Another perfect example. Someone who gets the majority of the characterization because they talk, whereas you are a voiceless protagonist. So, yeah, this is also our guide. We'll give those negatives later. Yeah, Morgana, Persona 5, another good example. So, yeah, no, this is awful because our viewpoint character starts off. This is actually two bad points of story here, but let's just cover these both really quickly. First of all, they start off being an absolute dick and just insulting us and just flinging shade at us. Literally, just talking us as if we're worthless and terrible because we don't know about something we couldn't possibly know about. And then when we try to defend ourselves very briefly, immediately doubles down on insulting us. Then that's the first bad thing. That's our introduction to our main character, is that nonsense. But then we have to hit exposition. Now, if you're paying attention, we already got the exposition. It was crude and horribly done, but it was there. You're not supposed to touch the royal stickers. It's a big deal. You need to go deal with this. But no, instead, immediately after having insisted that everybody in the universe knows what this is, because it's a saying going to the beginning of time, and we must have heard it a million times, is that insert exposition here about the royal stickers. But then, having already presumed that, she then tells us exactly what the royal stickers are. That is clumsy at best. I know that Blade Taval loves to... Yeah, no, I'm kidding. I know that Blade Taval tends to come down hard on me for being anti-repetition, but this is notably bad in a game that already has a lot of issues going with it. You don't want to start with a character literally insult expositioning you, followed immediately by them dry expositioning at you. And it's the same exposition. It's the exact same information that's being conveyed. By the way, when I say this game might break a bottom 5 territory, I am not joking. Let's help some of these poor toads. Mario! I'm not going to do a toad voice. That'll kill my throat. Bowser's pasted us all up over the place. Luckily, I got just the thing for a crisis like this. Here, take it. It's a hammer. Oh, sweet. We've unlocked the hammer, right? No, it's so much worse. It's so much worse than whatever you're thinking. Anybody who hasn't played this game, please realize... No, you know what? For those of you who have not played this game, who don't know how this game works, please guess how terrible this is. I'm not reading all this. This is just, here you have a hammer and you have a jump. Cool, I'm not reading all that. I was kind of hoping to be a little gentler with the whole peeling process. A little delicacy, you know? I mean, I'm not ripped anywhere, am I? No? Good, thanks for your help. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the game that canonized that these people are literally made of paper. Something that, once again, would be an issue in the next 3 Paper Mario games after this. Can I just say that that's always grated me the wrong way? Like, that's always irritated me. In Super Mario RPG, they weren't made of paper. In Paper Mario 1 and 2, it was just kind of a visual presentation thing, right? It was a neat little bit of flair, but there was no point in time which you were paper. But now we're actually paper. Everything is paper. The water is paper. That's not a joke, by the way. Hey, that's a sticker, isn't it? Lucky you. Picking up something like that. Great. picking something up that great. Well, you can't jam something as important as a sticker in your pocket, so let me give you an album to keep that in. Ah, here it is. This god-damned album. There's so much wrong with this. God, it's just... Thank God this game is relatively short. Whenever the wind blew, I was flapping around up there like a piece of laundry. Not my finest moment. I gotta say, dangling that high is really kind of terrifying. Laundry's got it rough. Oh, you've got skills. You peeled it off without ripping my head. Are you starting to see the problem? Have you started to process? Go watch the VOD, Master. Really, go watch the VOD. It's a great game. Or just go download it and play it yourself. It is a great game, and it is free. Crumpled and stuck in a box. A box! I mean, I was raised to keep my creases crisp. I was raised to keep my creases crisp. This really crimps my portal. And Mario's standing right there, so I probably shouldn't unleash the primal shriek I have bottled up. I guess I'll just swallow my rage. And for the record, I'm with, I think Rax mentioned it. If they wanted to really make a world actually made out of paper, they probably could. They didn't. No, it is actually literally underthought. Because no thought is put into how anything works. A world... I haven't played Origami King, but from what I have seen, Origami King does a better job of everything's made of paper, but it also makes sense than this nonsense. Because no thought was put into any of this. It's just, it's made of paper. Well, hang on, but how do you eat? Paper! No, but how do you... Paper! Okay, we're just gonna move on. Look, a road. Now we can start making some progress. Hurry up. Let's find a way out of town. Oh, I will. I'm waiting for it, Kitten Van. Don't you worry. This is the town proper. Where did I thought it would be? Oh, whatever. Where's that exit? Oh, yeah, by the way, there's definitely going to be an empty text negative. Pretty much just for Kersti. Alright, you're blowing my cover. I'm waiting to ambush Bowser. Come here, Mr. Big Bowser Guy. King of the Koopas, don't make me chortle. Vengeance will be mine. What's funny is this was a thing for a while there. You remember what happened with, there was Yoshi's Woolly World, which was actually pretty decent. But then there was that, paper-crafted Yoshi game, which was not. Ow. Ow! Alright, for those of you in chat, there's obviously a toad under this carpet. Like, everything indicates that, right? Where do we hammer to get the toad, to get the carpet to flip so we can rescue the toad? While you're answering that, I'm going to grab a couple of these really quick here. Okay, next to it. Nope. Next guess. Above the toad. Okay. Well, I accidentally went into the house. Okay, by the door, didn't do it. Side here. Dead center. Dead center with the hammer. Yeah, no, it's right in front of it. I noticed nobody picked that, by the way. It's almost like that's one of the least intuitive possible places where you could do that. I want you to take that in mind, because it might seem like I'm being mean, but please understand, this is a trend. These are not isolated examples of bad game design. This is the game we're in for the next several days. Except for tomorrow. Remember, I'm not streaming tomorrow. All day, every day was endless. I'll be back. Anyone home? Bye. Welcome. I'm home. Pause. What's wrong with this line of dialogue? Can anyone tell me? Bingo! Kitten fan. Of course, you would know this. You played this game. No, the problem here is he has been trapped in here for about, I don't know, 10 minutes. All day, every day, it was endless. So either he has no sense of time, we've been knocked out for weeks, or people have been going in and out of this house like a freaking stampede. And I get stomped on every time. Makes me terrified just reliving it. I never want to be a doormat again. Uh-huh. So speaking of stupid, Mario, do that again. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a puzzle. 6, 7. So some of you, I'm going to interrupt myself here. How many of you have heard of interaction cost? The real game development term. What it means is how many times you have to hit a button, click a thing, or whatever to make something happen. My personal favorite infamous example of this is Dragon Quest VII on the 3DS, which has an interaction cost of 7 inputs to save your game, which is ridiculous. So interaction cost can kind of drift into something similar, which is time to completion, which is, in other words, once you've solved a puzzle, how long does it take you to actually finish doing that puzzle? 8. 9. 9 button presses in order to successfully complete this puzzle. Yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics actually has pretty bad interaction cost as well. Oh, that was rough. So Mario, you got folded 8 times? I got folded 256 times. First of all, no you didn't. Second of all, that's impossible. Basic physics will tell you how absolutely impossible that is. I'm not such a math guy, but I think that means I had it 32 times rougher than you. Hey, listen, saving people's noble and all, but how about you focus on getting us out of town first? Stop helping people. I'm the one that matters here. Yes, that's right. Despite my mockery, you have to understand that Kersti literally yells at us for saving helpless toads. Please think about that. Please think about that. Oh, by the way, I mentioned when the game first pissed me off. We just passed it. For those of you not aware, the Mario, which is a terminology I came up with, came from the game Paper Mario 2. It kind of applies retroactively, but... oh, we're not done yet, Doodle Joker. So hang on. No, actually, we'll put this under dialogue. Yeah, Mario's the guy. There's a reason I call that the Mario. His main goal is to go help and save people. But anyways, do you think we'll get any pluses? I don't know. Real talk. Oh, wow, this place is really rolled up tight. That's what's his Bowser guy did quite a number on the town. Again, just to be very clear about this, it's paper in lore. Oh. So, okay. I apparently missed someone. You remember how Kersti was yelling at me for saving everyone? You need to save everyone to progress. And they tell you that flat out. So hang on. Maybe you count. All that hiding for nothing. My sweet ambush is a no-go. Alright, Dr. Big Bowser Pants, you narrowly escaped this day. Anyway, see you later, Mario. I honestly didn't think he counted. Yeah, the game insulted me for doing the mandatory interaction required to progress the game. In addition to, you know, the obvious problem. You know, I always thought I should try to thrive in the sun and grow strong and hardy like a weed. Like a weed? Who wrote this? Oh, yeah. I gotta free all these guys. Check this out. After Bowser stacked us, he carefully lined our edges before stuffing us into the cabinet. Guys are surprisingly meticulous. Pretty impressive attention to detail for a rampaging monster. Actually, ironically, the localization is pretty solid so far. Speaking as someone who has experienced a lot of Japanese games which have bad or misleading localization, this actually contains things like nuance, tone, you know, proper use of punctuation, etc., etc. No, this is just badly written. Crumpled, balled up, and flicked into the trash without a second thought. Reached the peak of humiliation for paper. I'm gonna take a shower and forget this ever happened. You know, Futurama has a gag very, very early on where Bender goes and lights a cigar underwater and starts smoking it. And the joke is that that's insane. And it's actually a pretty decent gag, but at least that was done on purpose. I have no faith whatsoever that any of these gags are on purpose at all. Hello, Sean. Welcome to the only game worse than Mass Effect 2. I was mentally prepared to quietly while away the rest of my days on that wall without anyone ever finding me. But now that you've saved me, I must sally forth once more into the brave uncertainties of this cruel world. Super. I'm gonna live life to the fullest. You should too. Futurama starts pretty rough. Like, Season 1, I honestly don't laugh at Season 1. But then Futurama gets good. And then Futurama gets great. Then terrible, then great again, in that order. I've never reviewed it, so asterisk. I haven't watched it, Mook. Well, nope, I still missed someone. Okay. Okay. I didn't think I missed anyone here. It's because I didn't, actually. Yeah, this is your mandatory tutorial, by the way. Like, you literally cannot progress the game until you do this. So, I didn't think this guy counted. I saw him earlier. Bowser's gone? Yes! Let's go home. Okay, so that's... But... Okay. Can I think of games with writing as bad or worse than this? Yeah, I played Starfield. And Secret of the Stars. Although, do me a favor, someone hit up the website real quick. What's the worst story scores? Let's say the worst 5 story scores we've ever given. I'm still missing someone! Yeah, Starfield. That does not surprise me. Alright, hold up. Let me go see what that donation was. Let's get a bit of positivity into the world, just for a second. It's from Judo Joker for... Oh, and it's from Jay Palmer. So Starfield, Metroid Other M, Secret of the Stars, Mass Effect Andromeda, and Devil May Cry 2. This might beat a couple of those. Let's see, Judo Joker is going towards Cyberpunk. FF7R2. Horizon Forbidden West. And looks like Jay Palmer's goes towards the usual. I haven't actually logged his last donation, so I'm just going to bake that in really quick here. Or maybe I did. Okay, never mind. Sky, see, I can type. Oh my god. Halo, SPV3, and Siphon, Filter, Mega Strain. No, because then I won't remember, Jay Palmer. Plus, then they'll get funded. Thank you, Jay Palmer. And thank you, Judah Joker. Okay. So I'm missing some. Okay, well, hang on. Giga, I want you to look at that score on that screen, and then look at how long we've been playing it. There's an invisible wall there. Okay. Also, I've heard from several people that you know how people are like, oh, this game sucks, but X feature of it is really cool. One of the things that I hear constantly is that the soundtrack of this game is really good. Not feeling it. God damn it, Dean. Well, good instinct. That got us a sticker. No, we've actually never played this game, Dakota. Ever. I've never even beaten this game. Thank you, Dean. As always. Yeah, it's very generic music. You didn't actually put that towards anything, Dean. Other than this game having the greatest soundtrack. Yeah, no, we played... Yeah, you remember the one with the Shy Guys in the Straw? We played that one. That was on the Wii U. Hallows Principle 2, Jedi Fallen Order, and Leap Year. Yeah, meanwhile, Paper Mario 2 and 1, honestly, have a banger soundtrack. Yeah, the brickwork is fine, but I actually agree with Frieza. I prefer Paper Mario 1's brickwork. Whoops, wrong way, Lord. Pay attention. Yeah. Yeah, this is the game they improved on for that. If we get all the toads in town to help. Yeah, I caught that, thank you. Did he just say the way out of town is through this plaza? Okay, we need to find this place back to normal fast. Mario, I say we round up those toads. You just yelled at me for doing that! Okay. I'm actually not sure which one I'm missing at this point, or ones. Yeah, and would you like to give me any advice on where to look, game? By the way, I just want to point something out. I know it's hard to see. It's right over here. That's my sticker album. Do you see that? You could see how many I could fit here, right? 15. 15 small stickers per page, okay? I have 2 pages in my album. Now, in the interest of fairness, that does go up later, but your initial inventory space is 30. Don't worry, it's worse than it sounds. Everything in this game is worse than it sounds. There's a second way behind the houses. Well, I guess we did. Did we go this way? We can't go this way. I have some experience with this game. Some. Yeah, this is a pamphlet. I mean, we could try the plaza some more. I sort of assume... Now, if this is true, this is getting a separate negative. So if you remember, when we finished here in the plaza, there was a cutscene where all the toads rushed out with us. Do you remember the cutscene? The presumption was that that cutscene signifies that you've gotten all the toads in the area. If that is not correct, then that is actively misleading guidance. That is a negative to guidance. But, unfortunately, it looks like we can't double down on the negatives. Because I don't see anything here. Wait, hang on. It's behind the sticker star thing? Oh god, I'm blind. I'm blind! Well, okay, if you were paying attention, I walked right up to this and tried to interact with it, but I didn't do that. Great, that was fun. Yeah, paste it. So, 2 negatives it is then! This is what a baseball bat game looks like. What number did I draw in the Rescued Toad Lottery? 27. Story of my life. Talk about being flat out unimportant. Did the game just yell at me a second time for rescuing these stupid toads? Okay, surely, if that's not the last one, I swear to God. Okay, that was the last one. Good deal. Thanks to you, we got all the toads together. You know what? Hang on. I'm actually curious of something. In the interest of testing, let's grab a save state. I don't want to do that again. Yeah, exactly. I want to know if that dialogue changes if we rescue him first or second or whatever. Just to be safe here. Oh yeah, we also need to know if the cutscenes are skippable. Let's find out. Pretty sure they aren't. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today, we played a game by Ivo Iliani. Now, she's a viewer of mine and a friend, and she's awesome. But I wanted to mention that because several people in chat actually picked up on this. The game had relatively few negatives. You know why? Because she watches me. And I go through, piecemeal, with a scalpel, trying to determine what games do right and wrong, analyzing game design and story construction. And one of the most common problems quite a few games have are unskippable cutscenes. So she went way out of her way and had to do an entire separate bit of tutorialization to learn how to use the engine in a way that she didn't know how to use for the one and only cutscene in her game to make sure that it was skippable. Ivo Iliani is objectively a better game designer than the people who made this game. Where's Mario in this cutscene? Who are these 3 toads trying to stop Bowser by yanking on his tail? I'm gonna give another negative to this cutscene for just being a bad cutscene. I was focused on Bowser, but you know what? That's a dumb cutscene. It's actually technically cutscene in commons. We'll just give it the whole cutscene. We know Mario's there. He's just standing in the audience. Wow, Kiro noise. That's actually pretty cool. What do you mean sometimes? Yeah, Mario's just like, ugh, pretty colors. Oh, there's Mario. And scene. Okay. Ooh, that was a rough game. We did it. Yeah, who would win? Hundreds of AAA developers or Evo? I think you know the answer to that. Now, you remember last time we took a while to go get to Kersti? Let's see what happens if we go straight to her. Just immediately. Oh, do you think she's going to be less sassy? Wow, you came right over here. Good instincts. I like it. Case is not... Okay, yeah, that's it. That's... Wow. One line of difference. I mean, fair care, white noise, but let's give her credit where credit is due. It is more than I expected, honestly. So, I'm going to give away something. It's a huge, big spoiler, and I don't give a damn. So the entire game, there's absolutely no indicator whatsoever that Kersti has any special powers or anything, okay? However, at the end of the game, she reveals that she has the super omega power of the ultimate sticker whatever. I don't even remember what it's called, and I don't care. Spoilers. It comes out of nowhere. It'll be a negative. We'll get there. Anyways, so she sacrifices herself to become the super sticker amazingness to give us all the power to defeat it. It's actually not 5 coins. It's 15. I looked it up just today. She's worth 15 coins because you don't have to use her for the final boss fight. And there's a playable ending. So you can go to the store. Well, there's other ways to do this too. But you can go to the store with the stick if you don't use her and just sell her for 15 coins. They're probably thinking, wow, that's worth so much. No. Do you know what's worth 15 coins in this game? Mushroom. Which is the base. It's basically like the equivalent of a tonic in a Final Fantasy game. You know, the thing that heals 50 HP. 15 coins. Have a fun trip. Sean. So we have to get this guy first. It has been a running joke in the community for years that even the developers knew how worthless she was. Please shut up. Please shut up. Okay. So, I will rescue you. Second. Great, that was fun. Yeah, pasted behind a sign in a forgotten corner. What number did I draw in the Rescue Toad lottery? 2. Story of my life. Talking about being flat out unimportant. You! That's why you can't rescue him first. It's so that no matter what, he gives the same dialogue. Thanks to you, we got all the toads together. That's our Mario, a toad saving pro. Oh, wait, let me give that negative really quick. Sorry, jotting down some notes. There's so much density of bad. I gotta jot down notes for this one, so forgive me for the pauses. Damn. Better to unburrito this bad boy. Push! Push! Maybe if you weren't standing on it, he's dead. He's worse than dead. He's under the ground. We did it! Thanks, Mario. Plaza's back to normal, so now we can leave town. We've probably got some Princess Peach saving to do, huh? Get to it! Oh, hey, a real save. We did it! Now we can take that exit and get outside of town. Finally, we can set out to find the royal stickers. Finally! All caps! As if this has just been this huge, arduous ordeal to rescue people's lives. I almost forgot to mention, if you want to talk to me, just press L. I will never want to talk to you. If you get stuck or lost or maybe lonely, well, maybe I'll give you a little advice. Alright, let's fix that save state there really quick. You see, we can't go into the water, you see, because it's water. That would be terrifying for a being made of paper such as we. Oh. Now I'm hearing things. All in my head. Oh god. The dip. So a bunch of toads went off together to go sticker hunting on the warm, fuzzy plains. I'm sure you know, but picking up fallen stickers this season is basically the leisure activity of choice. Oh man, I love picking up stickers. I mean, honestly, what is this game's competition for worst Mario game? Help me out here, chat. What do we got at the bottom of the barrel? Let's not count crap like Mario Hotel. I was gonna say, I think Lost Levels is our current worst reviewing. Bowser really went off the Sticker Fest grounds, and now looking at them is almost too much to bear. You'd probably bear it, though. Look like you bear a thing or two. Grounds are that way. Because, yeah, like Time Machine, or Mario's Missing, or Mario Hotel, or all that, that's all just low-hanging fruit. That doesn't count for anything. There you go. See? 15 coins. A mushroom. Wow, this is a hell of a town, isn't it? There's a vendor, a heal spot, and a save point. Wow. This is the central hub of the entire game, by the way. I want you to imagine that the Citadel in Mass Effect 1 is this right here. Now I've got a better idea. Yeah, and like 4 NPCs. Yeah, Final Fantasy 1 on the NES had a better town design than this. Jesus Christ. Hold up over there. Where are you headed, Mario? Why don't you play with us for a while? Excuse me, what are you thinking, you flimsy little ingrates? You are in the way. That's fine, because it gives a chance to do a tutorial. All yours. I'm far too delicate a lady for a brouhaha. Protecting me is your duty. So you think we're flimsy, huh? You're gonna shred us, huh? We'll just see about that. I mean, Toad Town was legit in Paper Mario 1. And Rogueport was legit in Paper Mario 2. And then there's this nonsense. Yeah, imagine the entire Citadel is just Udina's office with 4 people in it. Yeah, we got the same old Goombas you're used to stomping, pal. Bowser's got our backs. That was unexpected. They looked a little, looked like the usual little stompable minions, but I'm sensing sticker power. Well, we got the sticker power too. Pull out your stickers. That's all you got? Might name buff. Here, as a special favor, here's some of mine. So. Ugh. This is... I just, hang on. Okay. Where do I even begin with this? So, there are 3 huge problems. Technically 4, but really 3 huge problems with this, okay? Problem number 1. that's an interesting bug. Whatever. These are ammo. Let's just call it what it is. These are consumables. I will spend a sticker to use an attack. That includes jumping and hammering. So, like, that's a big jump. That's like a multi-jump. That's a fling hammer. That's a sleep hammer. This is a weak jump. That's a weak hammer. So this is probably the most infamous aspect of this game because everyone knows about this because it's pretty freaking terrible. Is there a failsafe if you run it? Hang on. So that's the first problem. Right out the gate is that it's an ammo-based RPG. The sticker problem is what we're going to call this, because there's a lot of different things that kind of collide with this. You've already seen one of those. This is our ammo belt, right? We can carry 30. We can carry 30 stickers right now. That's not a lot, all things considered. That's problem number one. Problem number two. Did you catch that? I'll do it again, in case you missed it. So in case you missed that, because it went by pretty quickly, we can't aim. You cannot target who you are attacking. You just attack whoever's in front. That's it. Now, there are ways to make that work. As you might imagine, they do none of those. But even in like an absolute basic concept, even in like the most even if the game didn't have enemy encounters and bosses which encourage you to hit the thing in the back, being able to focus fire something in an enemy encounter is really, really basic bare bones level of gameplay functionality. Also, if you missed that, a basic attack, even if I hit the thing, it was the earlier thing, does not actually kill these guys. Oh yeah, by the way, there is a little help thing. See? It's extremely unhelpful. So this, while we're here, let's talk about bad interface design. This is just... yep, that's another thing, Kitten Fan. So check this out, right? So hey, there's a worn out hammer. If I hit Y, I see the details of it. And then I look at the shoes, and I look at the shiny shoes, and I look at the hop slippers. Look at this, you can actually see all this stuff right here. See, isn't this great? But the moment I go into an empty square, it goes away. Why? Why does this default to going away if you go over here to see the shoes? No, I have to do this unless I want to do another. But this is a really minor detail. It is, and I'm not going to be too persnickety here. But I'm showing this off to really get across the lack of polish this game has. Anyways. Oh yeah, so occasionally things get crumbled, including you. Crumbled, if memory serves, just straight up makes them incapable of doing anything, and they just take double damage. Yeah, double. I was right. It's 14. He shredded us. We really are flimsy. By the way, I spent 5 stickers on that. Remember, my ammo belt is 30. Now, I did screw up a couple of times, but in my defense, nothing told me how to do it better. There's definitely something off about those Goombas. I'm sure their behavior has something to do with the royal stickers getting scattered. With sketchy Goombas all over, it might be a good idea to prepare for the worst by buying stickers from the sticker shop. Yeah, on 3 basic-ass Goombas, the first encounter in the game. Literally. Yeah, you wouldn't even know about the QTEs. Nothing has indicated them. So here's a world map. sure to take a rest before you start feeling tired. By the way, the name of the town is Decalburg. At least they're numbered. So we probably want to go to 1-1 first. So, I've already told you the first terrible thing. Oh yeah, hang on. Nope. Does not tell you the timing on them. Well, yeah, okay, fair. Getting fat. Hang on, let's be thorough. So here's the second major problem with encounters. You probably didn't notice it, because it probably didn't even occur to you. Okay? So I'm going to defeat these enemies, okay? Okay. I've successfully defeated those enemies. What did I get out of that? Now, because I happen to do the Q2E well, I managed to get a grand total of 6 coins. I can tell you right now that 2 jump stickers costs 6 coins, and I spent 2 jump stickers in order to do that. But that's only because I got the Q2E well in the middle of that fight. Oh, you're right. You're right. I actually started with those 2 coins. So never mind. I'm actually even with the QTE, I'm actually down money. So let's be very clear. I went into a battle, defeated the enemies well, and came out of it with less progress than when I went into it. There's no experience. Even Super Paper Mario on the Wii had a freaking experience thing which increased your damage and your health. But in this case, coins are it. It's problem number 2. That ties into problem number 3, but first let me jot down Cumatization's thing. Like I said, this is going to be the sticker problem. That's going towards Kingdom Hearts BBS. Final Fantasy X and Expedition 33. Thank you, Cumanization, as always. That's true, Asdomain. They still give you experience, even though Super was fully and definitively a platformer. Give me 1 sec, Blitchable. I think it is actually retro, because we had a lot of glitches with it last time we played. I don't know, we'll see. So, some of you are aware of the fact that in a lot of video games, there's something called, of course, now I can't think of what it's called. It's when you have an overpowered combo, right? And there are actually a couple of overpowered combos in this game, which I do plan to use. But I want to show you... Well, apparently I can't show you, because that's the only enemy encounter on this field. But in a minute, I'll show you one of those overpowered combos, okay? It's really big. It's really heavy. Maybe it's a big, heavy door. Thanks, Kersti, for that extreme help. Where's the dead supposed to be? I think it's on the other side. Need any advice? Yes. Let's go find the royal stickers. So, you know how people get irritated at Navi? For good and bad reasons. Or Phi, who states the obvious. Kersti actively is unhelpful. Like, legitimately is unhelpful. In some cases, she tells you stuff that is wrong. Hang on. Here we go. Let's employ the most overpowered weapon in the entire game. This is not a joke, by the way. When you run from enemies, they despawn, as if you had defeated the encounter. Remember, you gain nothing of worth from fighting enemies. The most overpowered weapon in the game, this is not a joke, is the run button. I do actually have to AFK really quick, because I'm very suddenly feeling nauseous. I'll be right back. Forgive me. Today's been an interesting day in general. That's a million degrees. So, you know. Yeah. Okay. So, to continue complaining about the game. Yeah, ammo is actually really plentiful. If you're paying attention, I'm almost to cap already. Yeah, I have 8 slots free right now. Ugh, excuse me. So, not a lot. I now have 7 slots free. Sure are a lot of Goombas loitering around here. If you see any, introduce them to your shoes. Oh, there's a sort button, but we'll get to that. I now have 6 slots. With any attack, time is crucial. Oh, hey, press that A button. This is your tutorial for the QTEs. With any attack, timing is really crucial. Press that A button. So, this is a good time as any to bring up that you may or may not have noticed that I have yet to succeed at the hammer QTE, right? That's because the hammer QTE has a frame window for an excellent attack of 1. For the record, that's worse than QTE timing on Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario 1, and Paper Mario 2. I don't know the frame rate. It's a 3DS game, so it's probably 20 or 30. Oh, I can actually check, can't I? It's 30. I can see it right there. It's 30. Signs say useful stuff. That's a famous Toad saying. Now, there's something else that's horrible about all this. There's actually like 5 other things. So, did you know running could fail? Randomly, by the way. You know how in previous Mario RPGs, there was like an input you could do? I'll use Paper Mario 2, because Paper Mario 2 has a wonderful run mechanic, and I mean that. So the first time you try to run in Paper Mario 2, you have an extremely high chance of success. So the way it works is there's like a bar, right? And the bar fills, and you want it to hit the part that's filled, right? And there will be an arrow kind of going back and forth like this, okay? So the bar starts out mostly full the first time you try to run. If for some reason you fail, or sorry, if you succeed, and then you run the very next fight, the bar starts a little bit emptier, and a little bit emptier, and a little bit emptier. The game encouraging you to actually engage in combat. But you can keep running. There is still a random chance. That's this thing. And the faster you mash A, the more the bar fills, the higher chance you have of running. So you are encouraged to not run, but you are still not penalized for doing it. You start off with a near guarantee of running, and some of it is in the control of the player. That's a pretty good run system, all things considered. Here it's just random. It's just a dice roll. I think my buddies went here for a good old-fashioned sticker hunt, but one of them seems to have taken off. I bet he wants all the shiny ones for himself, that cad. By the way, enemies are quite easy to avoid, as I just demonstrated. By the way, how do you like this level design? I know what you're thinking. Lore, come on. You're punching down. This is the first level in the entire game. Of course it's a narrow bridge. Yeah, but you remember how in Paper Mario 1, which I remind you came out years earlier on the N64 of all things, had actually a pretty solid level 1? Like an actually decent amount of tutorialization and little side paths you could do. Some rewards that you got your first shiny star there. There were several little side items you could get. There was your first badge. There was a trap in the form of the one Goomba that was hiding as a mushroom. This is nothing. There's nothing here. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, Mario, you gotta get up, man. This is no place to be KO'd. Listen, that crazy monster's after me, so I can't chat. He's all you. Well, he seemed completely frazzled. Wonder what got him so worked up. Oh, you've got too many stickers, so you can't pick this one up. No way you can leave that lying there. Seriously, look at it. Let's clear up some space so you can pick it up. I can't progress the game because my inventory is too full. Now, Kitten Fan is correct. I don't have too many stickers. So let's go ahead and sort. There we go. Now we should have some room. And now you begin to see the problem, because not every sticker is the same size. By the way, there's bigger stickers than that. Huh? Well, what's this? Looks like an incredibly rare sticker. I know everything there is to know about stickers, but this is the first time I've seen one of this variety. Poor sticker, left on its own. We better pick it up. It's the right thing to do. So hang on, so let's just go ahead and jot this down really quick here. Oh, what's the other status effect called? There's crumpled and there's damp, I want to say. I think it's damp. Or doused. I don't know, something like that. Don't worry. We'll get there. Oh, there is water. Some attacks do crumpled and damp. I was going to write something down. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, like, I'm going to leave the thing discussion until later. But let's just say that we're going to have a whole separate discussion in the sticker problem of the thing problem. We'll get back to that. This was in the era when the Koopalings were basically gone from the franchise. Hey, you're Mario. Talk about weird. What are you doing here? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Hold up, that smell. That glorious stink. Have you got a rare sticker? What does this... Okay. Newsflash. All rare stickers are mine. Fork it over. Well, I guess I'll just have to take that rare sticker by overpowering you. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go and use the scissors. How many of you have played Final Fantasy VIII? What? Come on, seriously? That sticker's overpowered. You cheat. Oh, look, I've had it. If that's the way it's going to be, I've got one last trick to show you, bub. Nyargle bargle! Do not think about this too much. They really, really liked their paper thing. You'll never climb up there to get it. Enjoy your sad little day of crying. Bye, cheater. Who in the world was that? He had some issues. Still, to be able to wield that kind of power. In any case, we got problems. Until we deal with the bridge, we're not going anywhere. Let's figure something out. So, one of the things FF8 was kind of infamous for when it was new, I don't even know if this persists in the modern era, was how the summons took 700,000 years to complete. It was a really common joke. Like, in the early days of the internet, you'd see a lot of gags of, like, Hey, let me summon something. 5 minutes pass. You know, that kind of thing. Now, obviously reality isn't quite that bad, but FF8 is kind of infamous for having pretty long cutscenes for their summons. So, the reason I bring that up is because you can't skip the thing animations in this game, and you'll be using them a lot. So, anyways, Kersti, tell me what to do here. Surely you can help me here. The warm, fuzzy plains do make a sticker feel warm and fuzzy. Need any advice? Yes. That ripped-out bridge is scrap all the way up here. Do you think anyone can lend us a hand? I know, that's the same excuse in FF8, ironically, Kitten Fan. The animation is so long so you could boost it. Yeah, by the way, nothing whatsoever indicate that there's any QTE there while we're on the subject. Yeah, what? Stop. Oh, Mario, since you're here, that must mean you pummeled Bowser Jr. I kind of ripped him to shreds. Still can't believe that twerp showed up when I just found a rare, never-before-seen, at least by me, sticker. What? The bridge is completely gone? We have to fix it. So this is now an escort mission. It's okay, it's not as bad as it sounds. Because the aggro radius of enemies in this game is weirdly small, and normally I would be irritated by that. But, like, in this game, they clearly don't want you to do combat. I legitimately think, based on what we know, we've also seen a demo. As recently as about 7 months ago, there was finally a demo of the original version of this game unearthed. That's how recently we're still getting information about this stupid game. Where they showed some of the original combat. And it did look a lot more like Paper Mario 2. Based on what we know, what I imagine what happened is they just kind of ripped combat out of the game, but because it was so integral to so many aspects of it, and because it was kind of an artifact thing, they left what I can only refer to as a shell of this combat in this game. So, there's combat, asterisk. Hearts and mind as one. Stretch! How? Why would you have a companion in a Mario RPG? Why would you have a party member in any RPG? What is wrong with you? Thanks, Toads. Well, yeah, we can help. When we're stacked, we're unstoppable. See ya. You know, that never before seen by me at least sticker must be really rare. I wonder if another sticker like that will ever fall again. I bet it'd sell for some serious coin. Okay, then let's get this bridge back to the way it was. By the way, this is going to be a negative too. Like, everything's a negative in this game. So she's going to give us the ability to paperize. Now, before you jump down my throat, because you probably think I'm being too mean on this game. That's because you haven't played this game. Paperizing itself is not actually a negative. It is, as usual, the specific implementation of paperizing. I'm going to put down some question marks there, but the problem is, well, this is obvious. You paperize here. There's a nice big obvious thing here. There are plenty of things, many of which are mandatory to do, which require paperizing. If you do something wrong in paperizing, the sticker you use is lost, so you don't get it back, and nothing indicates that you're doing something wrong, or more specifically, what you're doing wrong. There are several paperizing element puzzles later on in the game where you have to, like, for example, put a puzzle here, or put a sticker here. Doesn't matter what the sticker is. But let's say you think, that feels like a mushroom, and you pull a mushroom there, and you put it there, and nothing happens because you were 1 pixel off to the left. That'll happen, by the way. And so it's like, I'm not sure what to do about that. Oh, well. And nothing indicates that anything's wrong other than the fact that nothing happened. So anyways, how's that? Mind blown? Yeah, time stopped and the world's become as flat as a piece of paper. That's what's called paperization. Grab that bridge scrapped. Sure. I should mention that part of the problem with this is it is very unforgiving about positioning. That should be good enough. They really want you to be into the sticker aesthetic. You did it! Not bad at all. You got potential. Maybe true paper after all. Now you can paperize at any time. By the way, you can just hit this on any screen. And this is a Mario game, so there's hidden stuff all over the place. So yes, this is X-ray syndrome. X-ray scanner syndrome. Because the only real way to figure out a lot of this stuff is to X-ray everywhere. Some of it's obvious. Like that. Some of it is not. Oh yeah, well, hang on. Let's go ahead and try to grab a save state here. Okay, so this is mostly in it. Oh, that actually worked. Holy crap. I'm actually shocked. Wow, a heart. Right next to a free heart refill. Oh yeah, more scissors. Now here's the thing. There's something wrong. Like does anything look wrong with those scissors? Yes, that's right. Those scissors are not a sticker. I have to tell you, I'm not familiar with that thing. It's so rare to see something that's not flat. Better play it safe and keep this as a souvenir. I'll cram it in the album. Oh, yeah, there's a door. But what do we do to make a door? Oh, no! And our inventory is now full. Let's put a hammer here, see what happens. So that hammer is gone. Just to demonstrate what I was showcasing earlier. Let's do a regular hammer. Nope, that's not it either. We've just burnt 2 hammers on nothing. No room in the album. We're full again, by the way, if you're paying attention to that. When you're in a fight and the foes are about to strike, press that A button. Yeah, thanks. That looks like a limerick. Not indications of how to block. God damn, game. Look over there. It's a piece of the sticker comment I wrote in on. Remember the one that got broke up? Since they're all from the sticker star, the sticker comet and the royal stickers are naturally drawn to each other by their homeland's power. So if we gather the comet pieces, they'll lead us to the royal stickers. And what's more, if we defeat lots of enemies in battle, we can get tons of coins. No, you... Hold up. Nice. Looks like he hasn't noticed us. Yeah, that was an actual lie, by the way, as we've already demonstrated. Well, 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 you again. You're looking thin and flimsy as a piece of tissue paper. Get him while he's off guard! Last time we weren't prepared, you beat us like flat little piñatas. But this time won't be easy. Taste our paper power, punk. I'm just curious. Yeah, we can just run. He just... Oh, they actually acknowledge it. Wow. He bolted. Poor little guy didn't want any paper cuts, I guess. He's back! Guy doesn't know when to quit. Okay, never mind. We actually do have to fight them. Okay. I love how these don't say anything about damage values. So let's go ahead and try to kill one quickly. He's back for real. We really are flimsy little flat piñatas. No. And that was our first boss fight. See, that sounds like a joke. There are no jokes here. Be sure to take a rest before you, because you might be tired. Thanks, game. You know what? I'm curious. I need to heal. Let's heal really quick. No, let me use my health potion. Let me use my health potion. So you can't use stickers out of combat. And considering some of them are straight up heals... Hi, Huthor. How's your day going? Oh, absolutely, Kennex Cow. All kinds. So, we'll go and hit the free heal there. Oh, we're nowhere near where I quit. It'll be really obvious. It's the worst boss in the game. Let's engage in this level design really quick here. And done. Such a gale, an ill wind to be sure. I cannot afford the tempest. The wind's too strong. It really messed this place up. Anyways, looking for advice? Yes, please. What a wind. I wonder where it's blowing from. That's your advice, is where's the wind blowing from? Kersti is so goddamn useless. Yeah, stickers respawn, by the way. We were mentioning earlier, like, you will be... You ever play Borderlands 3? I don't really remember if the other Borderlands games has this, but 3 has this in spades. They shotgun loot at you so rapid fire that it's actually a problem. Like, there's too much loot, right? It's the same thing. They shotgun stickers at you left and right. You'll notice I have literally already reached the point of avoiding some stickers because I simply have too many. It is the... Yeah, like Stranger Paradise. It is the inventory space that is the problem, not the stickers themselves. I can do it. I can do it. I can make it. I can make it. Okay, I can't make it. Oh no, the boss battles in this game are stupid, Rex. The actual boss battles. And when I say stupid, I mean it. Okay, so we can't progress. Oh, Kersti, what's your advice? Oh, what a wind. I wonder where it's blowing from. Yeah, time to quit the game. Sorry, everyone. Oh, there's nothing to paperize here. Of course. Maybe there's something over here. Because you can see it takes a screenshot. Nope, nothing here either. Let's see if we can get far enough over so we can actually see the stupid thing. I'm actually shocked that worked. By the way, someone asked earlier what happens if you are out of stickers completely. Truthfully, I don't remember. I don't think I've ever run into such a situation. Oh, so you just can't do anything. Or you just run. Which is the most overpowered move of the game, so that makes perfect sense. And yes, Aerolozzi. Sorry I didn't say hi. Hi, Aerolozzi. Yeah, no, things are overpowered, but really, when we say overpowered, a lot of people use that phrase. They use the term overpowered to mean something that's strong or useful or whatever. And that's not what things are. How many of you have ever encountered puzzles in a video game where the solution to the puzzle is to use an item which completely invalidates the entire puzzle? And that's the puzzle. That's what it is. That's what you do. There is no way to progress. Well, that's not quite true, but there's very few ways to progress. Or you could use the thing that is required in order to progress, in which case you do. Because that's things. Nothing tells you that, by the way. Nothing as of this moment in time has indicated that that is a truth. Yeah, by the way, if you don't use the thing, the game straight up yells at you for not doing so. Because Kersti is terrible. Yeah, the puzzle design is quite literally just an I win button. That's it. That's all. No thought, No puzzle design. Did you bring the correct thing to defeat the boss? And that's the only thing that it cares about. It's the squid getting fan. Yeah, Simon says, bring the right thing to the boss. Another one of those things I'm not familiar with. This one looks really rare, too. Well, let's take it. Nothing. I'm out of curiosity. What do you think the lore explanation is for things? These 3D elements that are in the game? If you guessed absolutely nothing, congratulations! What? The horror! My beautiful blooms, each a masterpiece of nature, scattered to the four winds. My blistering blooms of burning red, my frigid flowers of iciest blue, all of them blown from this world. Fire flower, maybe? I don't know, any guesses here? That's a shiny fire flower. I'm not sure I want to use that. Now we can try something junk and see what happens first. Well, that was completely useless. I love how we're already full. I'm just going to get rid of these. Get out of inventory. Get out of inventory. Get out of here. Oops. Five. Alt. File. Close ROM. You think Goombas are just cheap little single-ply secondary characters? Think again. We're going on a Goomba joyride, and we're going to roll all over you like a little red speed bump. I have questions. That's quite an entrance. These guys may be small-time toughs, but 5 of them in a gang is trouble. Boy, what am I thinking? I just remembered something. Wouldn't you be able to mop with these guys faster if he gets more than one sticker at a time? Yeah. Right. You think so too, huh? I've got good news. Here it is. Ta-da! The Battle Spinner. Whatever you're thinking, it's worse than this. Just stop these spinning wheels with A and try to match the pictures. The number of pictures you match determines how many stickers you can use at once. Actually, I have it, Uthor. What is it? I'm going to blow the coins. Coins pretty much guarantees you a twofer. Hey, you matched 2. Now you can use 2 stickers at once. Still, could have been better. Alright, fine. Just this once. Thanks. Hey, you can use 3 stickers at once. What's more, when you match 3 pictures, something good happens. For example, this time you match 3 coins. You get coins. Pretty great, huh? Next time try to match it up by yourself. Thanks, Kersti. Oh, okay, so we're gonna do... Interesting. So, have you already guessed the problem here? Like, have you already processed the problem? Remember, you can't aim. Which means those attacks happen in the order in which they're going to go through. So the first attack will be a jump on the first guy, second attack is a jump on the second guy, so on and so on. Now, these are all Goombas. But if you have a functioning brain, you could already immediately tell what the problem is here. Speaking of which, did you notice that my third attack went away after only 1 turn? So now I'm going to use some hammers to demonstrate. Oh, actually I got lucky. Never mind. If you pay a few coins on a battle, you can have a spin on the battle spinner. Use them wisely. Want to pay a lot of coins, it gets easier to get a jackpot. Use it well. Oh, excuse me. My god, who thought? Now, hang on. I need to give another negative over here. So, here's the dealio. I want you to imagine a hypothetical situation. Let's say you're fighting a Lakitu and 2 Spinies. And the Spinies are in front, which means the only way to kill the Spinies is to use something that goes through their spikes, but you don't have anything that does. What do you do? I mean, run is the correct choice. But let's say for a moment you do have to actually fight this battle. Because this happens on almost every boss fight, by the way. So for those of you who have not processed the actual problem here, the real problem here is that there's no wait. There's no defend option. There's no pass turn option. You have to do something. Now, several of you said run, which can do something, and you could fail at running, which is something that I know people do in like speedruns of this game, is they'll try for a run and hope they fail. Because remember, you can run for boss battles. Speaking of things I'm going to need. Oh. Correct, Rex. Congratulations. You have demonstrated the basic ability to have a brain. Which sounds like I'm insulting Rex, but it really isn't. Oh, if it's not obvious, that's a spike Goomba, so I can't step on those if I didn't make that clear earlier. You know what? Let's just... Nope. There we go. You can't jump on him. Gum Gum. By the way, did I mention all the timing windows suck in this game? Like, a lot of people give flack to SMRPG for having pretty tight timing windows, and it does have pretty tight timing windows. This game's just so much worse. An SMRPG is a 60 FPS game. I would never give this to my poor nieces. They deserve better than that. Looks like I need one more. I mean, they're a fungus. I like how they had to come up with some lore explanation for the goalpost. Oh, right. Pay attention, Laura. Pay attention. I'm eventually going to want a bunch of coins, so I do need to start stockpiling. Yeah, I poked at royalty briefly and just kind of didn't care. It wasn't very impressive. Hang on, I need to heal. And because I can't heal out of combat... What? 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 Okay. Oh, hey, I can buy a couple more things now. My stickers are the genuine deal. I would like to sell, please. Honestly, just get rid of... Oh my god, don't make me do this for every sticker. These only give me 2 coins anyways. So these are the current coin rates for buying stickers, huh? I wonder what I'd fetch. 15 gold. Oh, I don't know, Kitten Fan. Although... Wait, hang on. You've lost me, actually. What are you talking about? Stop that! Okay, what? New shop open there. Looks super fun. Okay, let's go look at this super fun shop. Oh, right. You gotta stay perky, and I got the perkiest idea ever just a bit ago. Here's the deal. If you find anything interesting, let's call them things out in the world. Bring them to me. Do that, and I think I could cook up a little miracle for you. Oh, look, you have a thing. My perk sensors can just tell. So things already suck. Did I mention you have to go and turn a thing into a sticker to use it? Also, we don't have enough space to do that. Oh, I know, Kitten Fan. That's actually what I was getting at. But we'll get to that in just a second. Let's get rid of... yeah. No, don't. That's a good point, Kitten Fan. Okay, there we go. So let's talk about how amazingly stupid this is. Like, I'm actually struggling to talk about how dumb this concept is, okay? Here's the scissors, right? And now we have a scissor sticker. Cool. You're so lucky to experience this firsthand. Yeah, that's great. Now, here's the thing. Whenever you find a special thing, you can turn them into a sticker here. Even if you don't have things on you, swing by and we'll talk about it. Anyway, can't wait to see you again. Stay perky. Yeah, we turned an object into a sticker by flinging it against a wall. Duh! Now, I'm going to go demonstrate this. Because here's the thing about things. Things are very overpowered. Let's go ahead and grab a save state there. I like how there's a prompt. Are you sure you want to go to the overworld map? Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in just a sec. Let's say I'm in a battle. Let's just play pretend for a second, okay? Oh man, this battle's really kicking my ass. And they're extremely dead. Cool. We did it. We defeated the Lokido I referenced earlier. So we brutally murdered them. Now, here's the problem. Things have two purposes in the game outside of just killing trash. I mentioned the FF8 summons earlier. Imagine for a moment if FF8 summons were mandatory for both bosses and puzzle design. And you can only summon them once because they're a consumable. So what do? We used the scissors. They're gone. Now what? Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. It's arguably worse than that, Rax. I know that sounds strange, but I do think this is actually worse. Yeah, by the way, there's your even bigger stickers. You don't have any special things. I see. It's a real bummer for you. I mean, without any special things, you can't do this incredibly fun activity. Talk about not perky. See, what's back there? Something tells me something good will show up by the back. Oh, I guess we can't do it yet. Maybe? Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening. You say you want some things? Yeah, I got the goods. So you can re-buy the things for a large amount of coins. Keep in mind, I've been doing pretty decently about cold this whole time. I've also been skipping battles. Buying the scissors back is 90 gold. You can also just replay the level. So, this is why I say this is arguably worse than it being permanently missable. I know that sounds strange, because usually being able to like soft lock your puzzle design is like awful, but honestly, I think this is worse because it's so irritating. Because as we'll see with both bosses and puzzle design, nothing really tells you which thing goes to which puzzle. In many cases, it's intuitive. In several cases, it is not. So, in some cases, it's like, I'll try this. And if you chose wrong, then it sucks to be you, and you've just wasted a thing on nothing. So hang on. Let's jot this down here. Oof. Yeah, and to retry, you have to go back to that spot. And by the way, when I say that spot, I often refer to things like, say, a boss battle. If you ever wonder why you can run from boss battles, that's why. Yeah, exactly, Rax. You can't softlock yourself, but the game's going to piss you off every time you do it. Oh yeah, by the way, in order to turn a thing into a sticker, you have to come back here and do that every single time. So let's say I don't feel like spending 90 gold. So I go back to the level, I go back to the scissor, grab the scissor, I go all the way back to, I leave the level, hit yes, save the game, come back to here, enter the zone, go left, talk to the guy, throw the thing at the wall, hit yes 4 times, accept, leave the area, go right, leave the area, back to the overworld. All of that just to get the thing back. If you remember, Color Splash actually had the thing concept as well, and put a lot of quality of life features on top of the thing concept to remove a lot of that needless aggravation from using them. Yeah, exactly. The game, if you want to quit this game, you're gonna have to do it yourself. I mean, it is, estimate, because the problem is, bring the right thing to the right puzzle / boss. Hang on, so, overpowered, irritating pure, second minutes, and mandatory for bosses, mandatory for puzzles. There we go, okay. Yeah, something I like to remind people. I overpraise the SNES a little bit. That's not true, I don't. But a lot of the really good games on the SNES had already figured out the solutions to a lot of these game design problems that are being done by games that came out literally 20 years later. This game came out in 2012. Think about that for a second. Oh yeah, I want to show something off really quick, because it was hinted, Kitten found hidden in this earlier. Just want to show this off super quick. How do we progress? Well, that's easy. You can tell, right? You get it? Ta-da! So we just put, you know, I'm not going to do it, but you put a shoe, mushroom, spike hat, which we don't have yet, and then a hammer, another mushroom, and a flower. No problem. Now, I don't know which of those is the poison shroom and which of those is the regular shroom, just at a glance. There is a difference between the two shrooms, but that difference is what I would call non-indicative. So I want you to imagine that you're a young me in 2012, so I'm like in my 30s at this point, and you're playing this game on your 3DS, and you're at this point, you're like, oh, okay, and you do it, and then nothing happens. And then you check game facts because you're already irritated by that. Yeah, also the 3DS screen is quite small. I'm playing on something that's about this big because I've got an emulator. But yeah, imagine you're playing on something that's about this size. Probably still Sticker Star Gun Gun. At least then it's a real video game. You see what I mean, though? There's just stickers everywhere. I'll go ahead and grab a couple of these, because I might as well. For variety, if nothing else. They unlock things. You didn't ask your FF6 question, Ross. Why didn't you do this, Ross? Ross, no, save me. Make me think about any game other than this. Help! That's me right now. Help! No, you never asked, or if you did, I missed it. I might have actually missed the question. Yep, Ross cast Forsaken 1. Alright, seriously, some crazy guy's following me. I did. I thought I answered that one, Jay Palmer. I don't think they were super good friends because evil kid, who obviously isn't evil, just really strikes me as someone who's very shut in. You know, whose parent yells at him anytime he tries to do anything. Like it's a dark home he lives in. It's kind of disturbing, honestly. But I could feel Andy actually reaching out to him if you know, if he ever sees him in the schoolyard or whatever. I just there's some dude following me. I haven't done anything bad. All I did was pick up this rare thing while I was on a walk. Here, take it off my hands, please. That's right, a third page to the album. Woo! You know what I'll do for you? It'll let you carry even more stickers. Cool. Thank you, Rex. Yeah, what you didn't notice, Mr. Ed, is the dialogue straight up says, "Whoa, deja vu. This is the same scene from earlier." Now, pro tip. Calling attention to your own bullcrap does not mitigate the bullcrap. Hollywood, because movies are really, really bad about that. So hang on, Axiom Verge, Other 3, and Tunic. Yeah, well, that just happened. Thank you, Rex. Always appreciate. Lamp shading can work, but there's an art to it like there is everything. And this, that's not it. Is there a moment or scene in FF6 that stands above the rest of the game for you? So, without thinking about it, the conclusion of the Doma scenes. So when you've left the Phantom Train, the scene that happens immediately after that is just the immediate first scene that jumps into my mind. Without hesitation, there are 3 other scenes that jump to my mind in that game as well, if you'll forgive me. One is the conclusion of Locke's story. I'm speaking really vaguely to avoid spoilers here. So the conclusion of Locke's side quest in the world of Ruin. The aforementioned train scene I just talked about. Celeste's suicide attempt. I'm just going to say that. That's just an extremely powerful scene. I'm also going to give special credit to... I'm trying to think how to talk about this. The conclusion of the... Yeah, hi, YouTube. I was debating talking around it. I was like, you know what, screw it. Suicide. The major... the conclusory scene after you fight the Atma weapon on the floating continent. Let's just put it that way. All of those scenes just leap out at me immediately as just triple positive scenes, if not more, right? Wonderful usage of music, wonderful usage of dialogue and animation, and the impact of what's happening for the characters and the plot. All of those are really, really, really good scenes. Where'd you go, little toady? Hello, Kamek. You little scamp, hiding something good in your pocket when even I ask ever so politely to have a look at it. Very suspicious indeed. I imagine it's something quite rare, something to do with stickers. I'm afraid I'll have to be obliged to relieve you of it and report you to King Bowser. Oh my. Who could this be, if it isn't little Mario? That little incident the Sticker Fest has gotten on the move, hasn't it? How lovely for us all. You know, I think little Mario, I think Bowser's perpetual enemy, which makes you my enemy. Yes, well, this will seem rather rude since we've only just met, but let's get you out of the way quickly, shall we? Yes, we've never met Kamek before. So most major encounters have an automatic spin. I'm going to go ahead and spend that to just lock that in. So, you remember how this works. We can only attack the first 2 first. So, let's go ahead and do that. It is not a prequel. In fact, it has no continuity to anything with the possible exception of Sticker Jam. Or Paper Jam. Sorry, Paper Jam. So, that's what happens, by the way, if anything goes wrong with your planned attacks. Let me go ahead and say, really quick, if I might be so bold. The idea of having to plan out all your attacks and then watch them fulfill and hope that you planned out the attacks is kind of an interesting idea. The problem is, this isn't that, is it? Like, this is... there's a lot of ways to make that kind of gameplay work, not the least of which being more information on what will do what and where. For example, a good way to do this would be, okay, I want to jump and then hammer and then fling hammer, okay? So what would happen is I select jump, and the moment I select jump, it says, like, I would have the jump icon move over on top of the first target and say, like, 6, okay? 6 damage. I was like, oh, okay. And then have the hammer icon move to the next person, and then the other thing move to the third person. And that way, aha, this is the order in which things are going to happen. You hit run, the program runs, and you see what happens. Just a little bit more info on that would at least help make this be more tolerable. The problem, again, also comes down to enemy and encounter design, both of which tend to just spit on your face anytime you try to do anything more complex than just attacking the enemy. Speaking of which... And as someone has already pointed out, that HP indicator in the upper right, which some of you probably don't even see, is just for the entire enemy encounter. As good as they say. I can't believe I lost to you. It really makes me feel nasty. When I feel nasty, I feel like doing something nasty. Like this! Oh no, he's casting a PlayStation controller at us. You didn't want to collect this comic piece, did you? Oh my, how utterly rude of me. Please, by all means, catch! Oopsie, did it just fly off somewhere? Oh dear. But I told you to catch it, didn't I? And you failed. Oh well, best of luck. Bye. What was that? A precious comic piece getting tossed around like a toy? Ugh, that snide little broom-riding, thick, ugly glasses-wearing hipster. Who does he think he is, anyway? Still, he knew how to paperize. We better be careful. Well, this is just a setback. We still have to find that comic piece. Oh yeah, so speaking of overpowered stuff, POW blocks. POW blocks almost guaranteed put the enemy into crumpled status. Like that speaks for itself, I think, honestly. Crumpled makes them paralyzed, and they take double damage. Sorry, I just realized I should probably clarify that. Oh wow, Ross. I mean, I remember the first time I ever played Chrono Trigger, and I just farmed Gato. I wanted those silver points. I wanted all those silver points. Alright. Everyone, what do you think the solution is to this puzzle? There's a square where we can put a sticker in front of a waterfall. See, I was actually thinking ice flower as well. Which I'm pretty sure is what I did last time. Well, we turned a jump into a hammer. Worthwhile. I should probably grab that. I think my favorite thing about the fact that it switches between hammer and jump is that it makes absolutely no sense. Hang on, let me defeat these enemies really quick here. You know, I have a special category for negatives. Well, and positives, admittedly. It's called Info in-Game. Nope. Yeah. there's no real tactics or strategy to combat, even the big fights, because once again, the big fights are either come with tons of crap, or, you know, bring the right thing. That's it. That's it. Hey, Vigilant. No, Gum Gum. I'm not even sure what the last good Avengers Marvel movie is, because I haven't seen the recent ones, and I know some of them have been decent. See you around, Kitten Fan. And by Kitten Fan, I mean Jay Palmer. Sorry, your name jumped up as Jay Palmer. Info in game is almost always a very easy problem to fix. I've heard that Thunderbolts has a really terrible ending, but otherwise is a solid film. Dodging around spoilers. Come on, load. Sorry it's taking so long, Vigilant. There it goes. Okay. How the hell could it be that long, Vigilant? Or is that a joke? Sorry, the Sid Meier's thing, not the internet. That sucks about the internet. I'm sorry. Oh! Okay. There's a typo. It all makes sense. We're fine. Sorry, I'll read... Hang on. So, first of all, Fallout London. Command and Conquer. I assume R. And Old World Blues for HOI4. And thank you, Vigilant. I am sorry that your internet is just being glurg. And that it's not getting better anytime soon. Both of those things suck. So what Vigilant said is, I think Sid Meier's Pirates is going to last longer than 115 hours for a full playthrough, unless you got a strategy. That's a long game. As it happens, I do have a strategy. So hopefully it won't actually take that long. He means 15, by the way. Yeah, Sid Meier's Pirates is one of those interesting games. It's one of the only pirate games that exist that's not being hyperbolic. And, I mean, it's old and experimental. I'm not sure what you want from me. Whoa. There is actually negative reason to fight trash for us. Trash drains resources. I'm sorry, I missed it, Gum Gum. Do you mind repeating really quick? Lord Harrowmont, run. Run. Well, you see, the water pump's going in the dinosaur's tail so that he can vomit up water. What's the problem? Isn't that how it goes? You know, comes in the back end, goes out the front. I've seen South Park. I would say the sound design so far is sub-average for Nintendo, which admittedly puts it ahead of the pack for the most part. Like that. You're kidding. What separates Kersti from other characters? She's badly written. Like, I'm sorry. There's this insane mentality, which I'm not saying you're having, but I've seen it before, where someone says, oh, hang on. So Palpatine's an evil wizard, and Irenicus are an evil wizard, so they're the exact same character. So why do you like Palpatine and not Irenicus? Yeah, the answer is, they are different characters. It's all coming together. Now, we're done with the level, right? No, of course not. That's stupid. Go back to the end of the level now. No, we're not giving you a shortcut. Why would we do that? Go back to the end of the level. Give up on that. Honestly, real talk, I didn't notice the health indicator for several stages. I was even looking for it. Isn't it great that we came all the way back here just to do that? I think this is as good a time as any to give some level design negatives. I'm not going to be too mean because there's so many worse things about this game than the level design, but the level design of this game is not good. And I know what you're thinking. Why? You're just being too harsh on this game. No, you're not. Nobody's thinking that. Are they, Cat? No one's thinking that, are they? No, what they're actually thinking is, hang on, Laura. You actually are pretty harsh about intros. Yeah. Remember, these are the first stages of the game. This is World 1. And World 1 in most Mario games is actually really solid. In fact, in some cases, it's the best stuff in a given Mario game. Sunshine itself is a great example of that, Mario Sunshine. The first stage and the various shines you get in the first stage are really solid and very fun. Same thing with Mario 64. Bob-omb Battlefield is a great first stage. Everything about 1 through 1-4 in Mario Bros. 1. Same thing about Mario Bros. 2. Everything about the first world in Mario Bros. 3. Everything about the Yoshi's Island in Mario World. Everything about the first world in Yoshi's Island. I could pretty much go straight down the list of Mario games and say that those first stages... Yeah, Mario Wonder's first world is bonkers good. It's actually some of their best stuff. Odyssey is kind of a weird one on this one, because your first world is technically the ghost, like the ghost hat area. But the world that actually more correctly fulfills the idea of first world in Mario Wonder is the Jurassic area with the T-Rex, and that's pretty solid. And then we have this. Oh God, Rex. I mean, imagine if the first thing you saw in WoW was vanilla. It's okay. It could be worse than that. Imagine if the first thing you saw in Guild Wars 2 was vanilla. Eh. FF14, but the coils. What is this? The blade is completely blocking the door. Talking about awful cottage design. Gee, guys, did we forget anything? Oh, wait, front door access. Yep. Thank you. I understand. Thank you. Actually, yeah. Even if we just stick with the Mario RPG, Super Mario RPG starts with, you know, the Mushroom Kingdom, which isn't great, but it is decent. Paper Mario 1 starts with the Koopa Bros Fortress, which is actually a pretty solid level. And Paper Mario 2 starts with Hooktail's Castle, which is actually a really good first section of the game. Alright, everyone. What's the password? I don't know if 0 is an option. It is! Holy crap. Any other guesses? So, part of the problem, I sort of already mentioned this, but it does bear repeating. First of all, screw this game. Just screw this game. Let's just get that out of the way. I feel bad for developers, but for real, screw this game. I think this game was never going to be good. Even the cat agrees with me. I think the moment they pulled the trigger and, oh, god dang it, and got rid of all of the game development they'd already done on the first version of the game, the one we only really found out about like 7 months ago, that was it. The only way this would have worked out is if they pulled a Metroid Prime 4 on and allowed them to go back to task and really start over instead of this, whatever this is. I'll be right back. Yeah, you might say it's a cardboard cutout of a game. I'm barely joking, though. This is... I praise Nintendo's developers a lot, and I do. But it's always worth keeping in mind that one of the costs of the incredibly excellent games they put out is the dribble. This is true in the Marios. It's true in the Metroids. It's true in the Zeldas. It's true in, like, the Star Foxes, right? Like it's just a thing that the cost of being a company that is so willing to do whatever the hell they want to is that every now and again what they put out is trash. It's not the shotgun method. Part of it has to do with the fact that they essentially mandate innovation. I hesitate to use that word because in some cases it'd be more accurate to call it gimmickiness. But that is really what it boils down to, is they mandate trying some new gimmick with basically everything. I will still give them credit. Their success ratio is pretty good. And they still put out, honestly, some of the best games out there. How far down the list is Metroid Other M, out of curiosity? I'll take that. Yeah. Actually, that's not true, Gum Gum. As I mentioned earlier today. Ow. Yeah, exactly, Ross. The first 5 Zeldas came out are Zelda 1, which is a very experimental first game. Zelda 2, which is a garbage fire. LTTP, which is one of the best games ever made. Link's Awakening, which is an extremely good game, and Ocarina, which is one of the classic best games ever made. That's how that works. That is the cost of business, for lack of a better way to put that. As I'm with Blade Cheval, I'd rather that than the alternative. What would you rather have? An endless array of Ubisoft slop? Or some very good and very bad games? Real question. I'm sorry. I'm saying that like it's a foregone conclusion. Because, you know, my opinion. But which would you prefer? It's something I brought up during TNG as well, because Star Trek actually, especially TNG, really leaned into this. TNG, we tend to consider overall a good show, but by the numbers, it was mostly a yellow show. With some occasional peaks into orange. Like, I think 2 of the seasons were orange. Because for every best of both worlds, you'd have a Transfigurations. You know, that's a valid point, Blade Cheval. No one's forcing you to play this crap. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Most long shows do not get as good as TNG, pound for pound. Well, there's a door up there. Don't see anything else. Oh, agreed, Ross. 100%. Okay. To the walkthrough. We're in 1-4. And I'm looking up a walkthrough. This is silly. Here we go. Hang on. Actually, no. I will point out my quit point when we get there, because I'm going to do a write-up of how terrible this is. Sorry. I need something to settle my stomach, and as weird as it sounds, carrots are really helping. So forgive me. I don't have any, like, ginger on me or anything like that. What? This walkthrough doesn't tell me where to get the pipe piece. What? God, my walkthrough luck, I swear. Hang on. Let's see what happens if we just skip that part of the story entirely. I admittedly have a pretty good tolerance for terrible games. Especially games I've already spent money on. But, what? What? Hang on, this makes no sense. Oh, you'd love this game, Mr. Red. It's a waste of your time. It insults you constantly. The story's terrible and the gameplay's terrible. There's nothing good about it. You should play it. Look at this. Wow. It's an RPG with no levels and no equipment to speak of. Okay, I understand what it wants me to do. I agree that it doesn't count as an RPG, because it isn't one. I made this comment years ago. It was one of the first things I commented on, because I was already streaming by the time this game came out. I made the statement that this is a Mario platformer. It's just an extremely bad one. So here's the guy we're supposed to rescue, and he gives us the code. I'm just going to let him sit there. I'm going to grab a sticker I haven't gotten yet. And I don't remember if... Oh, I have gotten those. Okay, that's very good. I would say this is like 3 Kingsfields. See, the problem is, I'd say there's actually game design in Kingsfield, but the problem is, there is game design in this game, and that is, in many ways, the problem. Okay, how do you fight this guy? Everyone in chat, tell me. Running away is not a bad choice. Using scissors is not a bad choice. Jumping on him is not a bad choice. All of them are wrong. The correct answer is the POW block. Of course. As if anything else would be the correct choice. Sorry, I'm getting snarky now. Well, you can use the slipper. We're gonna do that. I think. Okay. So, yeah, this is how bosses are in this game. I think this will be bottom 10 territory easy. Whoever asked that. It was Rex. Bottom 10 easy. This might crack bottom 5. Okay, hang on. I actually gotta think about this. Okay, so we literally need multiple attacks. I got pissed lucky on that. I'll accept it. So we're gonna do big jump, and then... I don't want to waste any of that, so we'll do a hammer. What was your quit point, by the way, on this game? I do agree on the gameplay axis this is worse than the other round. Story-wise, it's a good question. We might end up getting a plus on the story axis. I can't think of a plus to gameplay for this game. I'm not joking. I'm not being facetious. I do not know if there's going to be a plus to gameplay in this game. Sorry, I did, Ross. If Is there any reason for any game other than like a survival RPG thing to have limited inventory? The short answer is no. But the easier answer is if it's a core element of the gameplay in a good way, then yeah, there's plenty of reason to go ahead and have limited inventory. But like, for example, something like, and I'll use the low-hanging fruit here, Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger both actually use the same inventory method, which is there are exactly as many inventory slots in the inventory as there are items to put in the inventory. Functionally, infinite inventory, for all intents and purposes, because most things you're never going to get more than a few of anyways, and everything stacks to 99, right? So, there you go. There's your inventory. The Dragon Quest Builders 2 also actually had surprisingly good inventory design because everything there stacks to, I think it was 999, and you have your bank, which you can access literally from anywhere, instantly and perfectly, and quickly swap things back and forth from. Stuff like that, right? But, like an RPG like this, so one of my favorite, this is a personal preference thing, one of my favorite types of gameplay design is cost benefit. And I like the idea of a limited inventory for specific superpowered whatevers, right? You gain them via X, either like a adventuring thing, or maybe you just get a regular repeating restock of them, or maybe you only ever get so many, period. And you can burn them to just kind of sweep something aside, right? To just kind of say, you know what? No. The oh, screw this button. In that case, having a limited inventory for things like that could actually work, because at that point you are capped based on your inventory. And it would probably be less than, 45, which is our current inventory cap. Oh, excuse me. Oil barrels in Baldur's Gate 3, or, the death fog in Divinity Original Sin 2. That is the question, Blue Dragon EXE, which only you can answer. No, Gum Gum. Why would you want to not take up your inventory, your precious, precious inventory, by manually keeping your stickers on you? What's wrong with you? Now, real quick, just want to see something. Not a lot better than Ross, but better. It's funny. Kitten Fan said earlier, pretty much every puzzle in the entire game is solved by jumping, hammer, or paperizing. It's not a joke. Like that's how you solve every puzzle in the game. I still tend to get turned around on some of the puzzles because they're so basic and so boring that I'm staring at it like, how am I supposed to progress with this? So, what minimum change game to make the game better and worse? Make combat unskippable and unrunnable is my answer to that. Imagine if every encounter in the entire game you had to do. Don't change anything else. Don't change a single other thing. You still get nothing from them. They're still just a drain on your resources. Yeah, unrunnable, random encounters. Oh, that's awful! So that's how you make... Oh, sorry. That's how you make the game worse in one change. So how do we make the game better in one change? This is much harder of a question, in my opinion. I was actually thinking that, Lord Haremont. As bizarre as it sounds, I think just straight up removing combat, especially bosses, would improve the game substantially. Trust me, the bosses... There is one boss that might not get negatives. Every boss in this game sucks. Look, I understand how it sounds. I'm just saying. It does kind of feel like cheating, I'll admit. It's like saying, here's how you make a Mega Man game better. Remove the enemies from the game, because that is essentially what we're saying. That would make Mega Man X7 a better game. But again, it is kind of cheating. Here's the thing. You could say, that's no longer a Paper Mario game at this point. It's already not a Paper Mario game. Like, I'm sorry. This is not a Paper Mario game. This is not an RPG. Listen, off the deep end. If you can think of a positive, I'm listening. It is kind of like watching a train wreck, isn't it? Oh my god, Hopeful. Yeah, I've never known of a game like this actually going on sale. Why is it named Paper Mario? If you figure out the answer to that, let me know. The resource issue gets pretty bad later. Remember, we're still in World 1. Like, I feel the need to emphasize that. We are on 1, I think, 5 right now. I'm not at the point where I think the music is positive worthy yet. 6 worlds, I want to say? You fact check me on that. It's actually not a very big game. We will actually smash through this relatively quickly. Yeah, I'm not at the point of giving the music a positive. It feels very strange to give a positive to Brickwork for a game that overdoes its paper aesthetic to the point where it's actually a detriment to the story. I would say the music isn't a negative so far. And the sound design isn't a negative so far. Okay. See, I don't know. That's a good point. You know what? Okay. Plus for Brickwork, negative for world building. There we go. That feels right. I've actually already complained about this, so I have nothing new to add to that. You did it. You conjured a positive. We've successfully beaten Quest 64's record. Which I believe is still the only game, at least the only game that's that far down, that has no positives at all. As a reminder, I've actually audited Quest 64, and I stand by that sentence. Depends, Blue Dragon EXE. Do they make a good one? Like, I'd love to see a Paper Zelda as much as the next person, but not if it's this nonsense. Yes, Colgrim, 100%. I don't actually know the exact mechanics, Lord Haramon. I know it's random. That's about all I know. I will definitely be considering some backtracking negatives. I'm not sure if we're there yet. Here's a negative. Paperizing in general is not a very interesting puzzle mechanic. It's just a time waster. I have the thing. Having to hit the button, enter the animation, switch to the thing, pick the thing, later on you'll have multiple things, place another thing, go one way, go the other way. Now imagine doing that 6 times for a single door, and you start to understand why that's irritating at a certain point. Yeah, it's a key. It's just a very slow version of a key. I figured I was safe on the mountain when Bowser went nuts. I was definitely surprised when he rampaged up here. Anyway, I'm the clerk at the Wamino Mountain Sticker Shop up ahead. I'm opening shop right away, so stop on by. Actually, I have given that negative to several games, Blade of all. I have even given positives to run mechanics in games before. Paper Mario 2 got one. So anyways, there's our poison shroom, which we do want. Scary and poisonous, even to you. Nothing really tells you want that, but by golly, you want that. Looks like I want 2 of each, so let's just grab that. I think I'm good on flowers. Hang on, let's find out really quick. In this case, the specific negative has to do with me hitting the wrong button. In this case, the specific... Ah! Oh my god. There we go. The specific negative has to do with the fact that the game is already de-incentivizing you from fighting, which means running is the thing the game is basically pushing you to do. And then it randomly penalizes you for it. And also, periodically, will severely penalize you for it. We're still only in World War 1. Later enemies get much meaner about the failure to run mechanic. And there's nothing you can do about it. In FF4 and 6, there's built-in game mechanics that allow the player to have some control over running, and some gradients to it, to use a specific example. And in some games, there's even abilities they give you, which is just straight up, I'm going to run now. Hell, even in FF1, you're supposed to have the ability to run better if you bring a thief and or put them in the third-party slot. How that works, of course. And here, it's just roll the dice. Of course, Gum Gum. You see, a sticker star is when a guy got really, really drunk. He had some sake, then he had some more, then he had some more, then he had some more. When he woke up, he had finished making Sticker Star. That's what I thought. Okay, so let's go to the last level. We're ready to go for the final level, 1-6. Final level of World 1. This is gonna be great. Pretty grandiose fortress for a bunch of little minions. Overcompensate much? You're one to talk, Kersti. I can feel a Royal Sticker's power coming from that fortress. Bowser sure went crazy under the influence of the Royal Sticker. Maybe this place went crazy too. Better be careful. Any hints? Pretty impressive fortress, huh? How did Goombas build this? Anyways, looking for advice? When you get stuck, paperize. Sometimes the way forward will open. Okay. Oh, you know what I'm doing, Kitten Fan. You know exactly what I'm doing. Hey, that's Mario. What's he doing in the boss's fortress? That just can't be a good sign. I bet he's after the special thing we're keeping for King Bowser. Come on, you slugabeds. No time for sleep. Wake up. Ready, aim, fire! I mean, that's still true now, Gum Gum. That's true, we did just see a 3D object, and we are about to fight a boss. They're very clear about a boss battle coming up. So the game is signifying to us that we are going to have some kind of boss battle soon. And we're probably going to want a thing for it. Okay, I'm with it, I'm with it. I'm ready, Disco. Everyone, get ready to stab Disco. But don't actually do it yet, like that would be rude. This is the other reason this is a negative, by the way. Even in games where it's purely random to run, usually you run in an average of 3 attempts. That's actually a pretty normal figure, and for a good reason. Okay, I don't need any more flowers. We're just gonna run. Speaking of... No, see, that's what we call a gulf change, Disco. Oh, there's our first hat. We'll need that later. No, don't tell him, don't tell him. Don't tell him Kitten found, because I want to ask people what they think the thing is that's needed for this fight. World 3 off the deeper end. The boss of World 3 specifically. I never beat it. The boss of World 3, to explain slightly, isn't just bad. It's one of those bosses where even when you understand what to do, it's bullcrap. Like, even understanding the process is still not a guarantee of actual progress. Who cares? Also weird dungeon music, but whatever. Ah! I didn't know about that one, Kitten fan. I mean, the Mario RPGs are known for kind of quirky dungeon music, but this is... I don't know. It's not working for me. Maybe I'm too harsh, cynical, bitter, one might say. I used to believe in things like joy and happiness. And then I played Sticker Star. Wow, Kitten fan. Seriously, Hold Bolt? They really Really liked this paperized mechanic, by the way. They wanted to make sure you liked it too. Forever. So, supposedly this game sold reasonably well in Japan. I don't remember the exact figures off the top of my head, though. I don't remember right now. I remember that when they were making Paper Mario 1, they were having issues with the hardware because they couldn't show the graphics in the way that they thought was acceptable for how much they wanted to be happening on the screen at the same time on the N64. Their solution was to paperize that, no pun intended. Having 2D sprites with very little actual physics or rendering on them other than the texture was considered to be a pretty good move. Hi, Luigi. See him back there? I don't know if this game has a super boss. Yeah, Color Splash sold terribly. That's the usual process, right? Game does well, sequel sells well. Game does poorly. Sequel sells poorly. So yes, the Paper Mario series in general, especially Super Paper Mario, which actually is sold quite well, and was quite well received, made sure that this game was going to be a success. Consequently, this game, being what it is, pretty much guaranteed that Color Splash was going to bomb. Yeah, no kidding, Ross. I don't remember at all. Okay, so how do we defeat the boss? It's kind of unfair to ask you now. Why don't we let you see the boss? Then you can decide. A lot of stomping things. A lot of stomping things. We'll take the fire hammer there. There we go. Apparently he leads the parade if you rescue him in all the worlds. I'm going to drop that one too. Keep in mind, we have no things, so we know we are missing something. Although, I should mention, absolutely nothing in the game indicates that things are anti-boss weapons. At least at this point in time. So we've reached the boss. Oh, never mind, there's the thing! Okay, we're good. We got the thing. We got the trumpet. You'll notice we don't have the trumpet sticker. But that's okay. Shee-hee-hee, nee-hee-hee, shiny, sheeny, shoony. Okay, so it's a Goomba. Shee-hee-hee, well met, Mario. But here's where I turn you into confetti and scatter you to the winds. Take this, shiny diddly-doo! That shine. Look, the sticker on his head. It's a royal sticker. Hey, you crazy babbling loon, give back that sticker. You noisy, unsparkly, unshiny girl. Bowser entrusted this amazing sticker to us, not you. With the power of this oh-so-shiny sticker, we get pumped! Shiny, shiny, dazzly-doo. This many stickers, too much for you? So, our first world boss. Oh, such shineability. The shininess, such power it gives, such glittery, glittery, glory. Okay, so he's got 90 health. What do? We don't have any things, by the way. Any thoughts? Okay. We'll do a flamethrower. We'll jump on him. Do multi-jump. I'm not going to waste a power block. We'll do a shiny jump. Alright, boys. Time for the real deal. Now what? A little bit, yeah, Mr. Reb. I always knew this day would come sometime. Well, we could try the same thing. We'll do a stomp. And a flame. 4 damage. 1 damage. Okay. And now he's spiky. Okay, sure. We'll do a hammer. Oh my god, that crumpled him. For 1 turn. He's already uncrumpled. Two damage. Not too shabby. Well, let's try a slap hammer. Yeah, this is our first world boss. 2 damage again. Wow, we're really just batting a million here. Anyways, we're dead. So. You know what? No. There's no leveling, Colgrim. So no. I mean, you can increase your HP, which actually does increase your damage, although nothing tells you that. I didn't know that until much more recently. Hang on, hang on. I think the shortcut's still there. Let me double check. Yep. Okay, cool. Wait. Kersti will tell me what to do. Yep. Thanks, Kersti. Thanks for that. Oops. Why is that a thing? No, later I'll just give that away right now. So I don't waste it. I did waste a hammer. Let's go and grab that back. Let's go and get that back too. And we need to get OSHA in here. Jesus, look at this place. Okay. Now, let's go and grab that trumpet again. Which is a reminder we don't actually have as a weapon. Just reminding you of that. No, I'm good. So. Yep. Same dialogue. Same dialogue. Huh. That's interesting. I was expecting something to happen that didn't. Really? I think I am thinking of Color Splash. My god. So it wasn't exactly a great mechanic even back in Color Splash. But it looks like they don't even have that mechanic at all here. So, how do we beat the boss? Any guesses? Thoughts? Sorry, I was just double checking something because I'm apparently mixing up some of my memories of Color Splash here. So yeah, nothing anywhere indicates how to do this, but we did just get a thing, right? We got that horn. So let's go convert the horn. There's no quick way out, is there? Yeah, you remember the backtracking in Thousand Year Door, which they basically got rid of in the remaster, by the way? You ain't seen nothing. This is a joke compared to the backtracking in this game. Okay, so clearly we need to go back and turn our things into things. Nothing really indicates that we can do that, but I'll give the game the absolutely tiniest bit of credit in that we have already seen, like, the game did tutorialize things. The game showed that the things are usable in combat. In fact, we saw it against a mini-boss. No, nothing tells you this. So obviously, we need a big thing to defeat that. So we're going to go and do the faucet here. Quick. Cool. And then we're going to go ahead and do the trumpet. Cool. Ah, that's a really small thing. That's okay. Although, because I just want to do something really quick here. Wow, it's 130 coins? Jesus. Whatever. Not do combat, Mr. Red. Which I really wish I was joking about, but I super am not. Now, this is already bad, right? Having to go all the way back to turn that stupid trumpet into a sticker so we could use it on the boss in order to go back into the level to fight the boss again is nonsense. It's worse than you think. Yeah, even ignoring the hassle of doing all this, it's like, hang on, hang on, hang on. I know you're in the middle of the boss battle, but you couldn't beat the boss. So why don't you go try again? Don't worry, I'm going to save state to prevent us from doing this multiple times. But in a normal playthrough, you would have to do this boss a bare minimum of 3 times. And that's assuming you're paying attention and correctly guess what to do both times. What'd they do, Huthor? Oh, everything respawns, of course. And yeah, first strikes are really weak in this game. The other games are based on your output, your power level. There is no such thing here, really. I mean, there kinda is, but like... Oh, that. Actually, I knew that, because that was true for the run, too, Huthor. Okay, so... here we are again. So let's pretend this is the second time we've done this, okay? Let's assume we were correct and we figured out we had to go thing our trumpet, okay? Okay, so I'm going to make a save state because I want you to understand how dumb this is. Okay? So, let's use the trumpet. And I guess, I don't know, like a fire hammer, sure. Okay, so that did 12 damage. And now he's gone to phase 2. Now, the game has terrible indicators of what's happening, as we've already talked about. So I'm just going to tell you this, because nothing in the game will tell you this. That did nothing. The trumpet is not the correct thing for this fight. Okay? Hang on. So... we die, we start over, we come back. It's now our 3rd time fighting this boss, okay? Okay, so now we go ahead and use a fire hammer and a big thing. We want to do as much damage as possible here. That's why we did 1. There we go. That'll be enough. So, phase 2. Pretty good, Triaxia. Super Paper Mario guaranteed this game would be a success financially. Okay, so... now we use the trumpet. Now that we've got him into phase 2. Right? Wrong. Okay, so we die again. We come back and we do a phase, and we are now doing this fight for the 4th time. Now at this point, and I remember this, I was like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing this. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What am I doing wrong? I don't understand. So now we use the scissors. Oh, it's not the scissors? Oh, right. No, I did actually use it too early. Right. So, that's still wrong. Oh, I hate this so much. So now we come back. We're on what? Like attempt 5 at this point, I think? I've kind of lost track. Yeah, so we die again. This is so stupid. The amount of trial and error involved. This is why when you die in a boss fight, there's basically no consequence. You notice it saves when you die. Because that way you can just go right back out and try again. But yeah, this is full-on trial and error gameplay. I'll just blow a jump on this. So now he's gonna roll into a cone. Yep, okay. So we'll go ahead and do Fire Hammer. That is a 1-frame hit I just got. Still no. Okay. Alright. There we go. Okay. Look, Brian, that thing looked unbreakable before, but now it's loosening up. Now's our chance. If only we could blow it away or slice it to pieces with a single stroke. By the way, she does not say that your first time through. Have to have any stickers that could do the job. Yeah, we're pretty low on health, right? Sparkless, guys, get it together. So, now we can just murder his face off. We've basically won. In fact, we'll go and spin to win here. And then we'll do just, I guess, one of these, and... I don't know. We actually don't have a lot of heavy-hitting stuff on us. Yeah, I'll go and heal just in case. Damn it. I hate the timing in this game so much. You've seen me play the other ones. You know I'm good at the timing in the other games. Well, we do still have that trumpet, so... It's just a nuke. It just hits hard. There are several things that are just you know, regular summons. They're just big hits. God damn it, the timing is so terrible. Yeah, by the way, if you take too long, they devuln. Sure hope you brought another thing. Oh, wait, you can't. Oh, so it does. God, you can tell I never look at the tags. That stunk. Come on, boys, get your shine back on. Come, my sparkly shine-a-rooskies, and unite once more into gigantic sticker of glitterosity. Nuh-uh. My fellow shine rooster, or whatever you just said. I think I'd like to go back to being a normal dude, if it's all the same to you. Yeah, me too. The power of that sticker star changes it, Gambino. Changes your body and your mind. I didn't sign up for that. Unshiny, undashlish, uncool. You whiny little spitwads. If that's the way it is, then fine. I'll outshine you myself. Okay. If you insist. And that was the first boss in the game. Oh, that wonderful glittery power was like a dazzling dream. Now it's gone. Now I longer shine. Which you can do, Baron, pretty easily. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. This rail sticker, since it was stuck in that Goomba, he got its power. The question is, did he get stuck there by accident, or did someone put it there on purpose? Anyway, I think you just saw rail stickers harbor untold power. If another one sticks to some other enemy, he'll go all sparkle crazy too. It'll be glittertastrophe. Oh, sorry. I got a slow sparkle crazy myself there, didn't I? Dee-hee-hee. I would like to argue that that is a triple negative boss fight. And you're probably thinking, that's too harsh. That's one of the least bad bosses in this game. At least we understand, like, the concept of what we're getting into now. Sticker fluttered down from the sky. Excited Goombas cheered from on high. 16 sheets became one bad guy. In the end, they split and went bye-bye. Japanese devs don't know how to course correct to save their lives, Reckersbeard. It is worth noting that even though Paper Jam, let's see, it was Paper Jam, Color Splash, and Origami King all continue the terrible ideas of Sticker Star, they all also do them better. This really is the bottom of the trough right here. Is it here? Where was the scissor? Because I actually need another one. And I should probably go get another trumpet, actually, while we're here. Because if I don't, I'll need to get it later. It did also sell very well, but I stand by my answer. The devs at Nintendo have this really, really hard, bad habit. Again, we talked about this in the Zelda series. Of fixating on something and just saying, that's the key. And it took a long time for them to get out of that in both the Mario and the Zelda franchises. I mean, Sticker Star was on the 3DS, which was already selling very well. And, yeah, it came out after Super, which sold extremely well, so, you know. I didn't know it was the third highest. I thought it was like fourth or so, but that is admittedly very depressing. I'm just going to be honest about that. Oh yeah, by the way, if you defeat any of the bosses without using their things, Kersti yells at you for it. Because that's the only thing Kersti is good at for. Good for, is yelling at you. Just refilling a little bit here. We actually used quite a few stickers in that fight. Hello, Evo. How is your wonderful day going? You know, I played a good game this morning. The good news is, yeah, both SMRPG R and Paper Mario 2 R just sold quite well, and both happen to be really good games. So there's a chance that if we get another Paper Mario, another Mario RPG, it might be better. Now, I haven't played Origami King, so I'm completely ignorant on that one. I have played Color Splash. We actually streamed Color Splash, and it still had several issues, especially on the gameplay axis, because it was still very stuck to the sticker aesthetic. But at least Color Splash was interesting on the story axis. Someone mentioned this earlier. Color Splash, like Sticker Store, is extremely episodic, but instead of being like a nothing burger of, oh hey, there's evil Goombas, go defeat them, there was actual stories in each chapter, and frankly, some of those stories were awesome. The hotel jumps to mind immediately, but also everything to do with the straw shy guys. The straw guys? So I would say, so okay, if you have access to it, Record's Weird, Super Mario RPG R, the one on the Switch and Switch 2, is legit. It is absolutely a good place to start and enjoy the series. Then play Paper Mario, that is also available on the Switch via the online play thing, or you can get it for free via other means. But I do still recommend playing Paper Mario 1. Then I do still absolutely recommend playing Paper Mario 2. Play the Switch remaster, it's really solid. Wait, nope, hang on. You'll hate it because it's brimming with polish and quality of life features. But it's really good. I try not to over-exaggerate or over-emphasize, because I know if I say, oh, this is super amazing, people just roll their eyes at me. But no, Paper Mario 2 R was crazy good. In fact, hang on. Let me pull up my own website for a second here. I'm just going to let the numbers speak for themselves. As of this moment in time, the Paper Mario 2 Remaster is the 4th best game I've reviewed. And I stand by that. It is crazy good. In fact, it also took most of the things I hated about the original version and just threw them out the window. Now, Super Paper Mario, that's trickier. Super Paper Mario, I still recommend if you can get a hold of it. That's sort of the problem, getting a hold of it, because it is a Wii game and it's console locked, but there's other ways to do that. I don't know if you'd like Super. Super is more like a platformer with a story than it is an RPG. Still a decent game, but just walk into it like that. And no, Wonder is in the number 3 slot. Whereas, you know, Thousand Year Door is in the number 4 slot. Okay. So, really quick. Yeah, Wonder, I was blown away by Wonder. I really was. I was not expecting Wonder to be that good. Everyone kept saying, oh, it's better than Odyssey, and I'm like, I don't know. Odyssey was kind of crazy good. Alright, so. Evo. How do I solve this puzzle? You're a puzzle person. You know puzzles. Match the stickers, no problem. So let's look at these stickers, okay? We've got a boot, a hammer, a mushroom, a spike hat, and a flower, right? No problem. Let's do this. Okay, so we've got... I wish I could organize my stickers while using them, but you can't because quality of life can go to hell. So we've got that. There we go. Stick some more. Yes, please. Let's go grab one of our cheaper hammers. Like, say, that thing. There we go. Yep. There we go. Stick some more. Yeah. Okay, let's grab our mushrooms here. Oh, damn, I actually don't have 2 mushrooms. Okay. Well, hang on. So let's skip ahead. Let's do this. And then a little fire flower here. Hopefully it's a fire flower, because there's nothing indicating that to my knowledge. So, I'm going to spoil something for you. One of those is for a poison mushroom. One of those is for a mushroom. Which one's which? The eyes do look differently. I'm going to be honest, until I had the sticker right here, I never noticed that. We even came to this earlier to showcase it. And I did not see the eye difference. It wasn't until I actually had the sticker here that I was like, oh, that is different. Remember, you're playing this on a screen that's about this big, by design. Just put that into your head when you're considering this. Alright, now Evo, have you ever played an, what do they call it? It's like a robber playing game, I think. It's an RPG, I forget what it stands for. Have you ever played one before? You might have played one before. So, what do you think you get if you defeat enemies in an RPG? Experience, good answer. Anyone else want to answer that? Who doesn't know? Loot, another good answer. In this case, that would be stickers. Okay. Any other guess? Coins! You do actually get some coins. Now, there's this thing called math, which I'm pretty sure the creators of the game had never heard of. So, let's assume that I defeat these enemies, these basic-ass enemies here, with 2 jumping things, which means that would cost me 6 coins to defeat them. Now, if I do very well and get the extra bonus coin jump things, I might get 4 coins back. Now, can you do math? I know I've already said this, but this is so important. You need to re-emphasize this. Every battle you do is a net loss. You lose resources doing battles. It's okay. Check this out. You want to see the most overpowered ability in this game, Eva? Magic. They're gone. It really needs to be re-emphasized that it's not a joke and it's not a meme. The run button is the most overpowered attack in the game, and it's what you'll be watching me use constantly this entire run. There is no reason to fight trash. None. plus to story. Mariachi guy. I actually had an idea for a Metroidvania like that at one point, but well. Oh no! No, I don't want to fight you! I'm so sorry. Oh, thank God. He's still there. Oh, notice how much trash there is here? Oh, sorry, it's Sombrero Guy. And yes, trash design, we use the term trash, but really, encounter design, enemy design, those are pretty critical elements of most games, especially RPGs, considering the sheer quantity of time you're going to be spending doing encounters, doing random encounters, or, you know, whatever the equivalent is. What is the main core of Mario's character? He is a good guy. I even have a trope for that, or excuse me, a laureate for that, which I call the Mario. Yeah, the core game loop de-incentivizes you from engaging in it. I'm still blown away with this. I know it's the second time I've pointed that out during this particular stream, but I want you to really think about that. I want you to really process the fact that the game does not want you to engage in the primary gameplay loop. What movie? What are you talking about? Is there a Mario movie? Why did nobody tell me? Yeah, imagine a platformer that punished you for jumping. I haven't decided how many negatives I'm giving it yet. A lot of those negatives on the document are actually question marks right now. There's a reason for that. It was fine. I wasn't a huge fan of it, Elizar. I mean, it was an Illumination film with a coat of paint on it that looked vaguely Mario-shaped. It was very mid. Probably one of the only things the entire film did right was Luigi's characterization, for all 3 scenes he's in, and Bowser. It is better than we were expecting, but that is a low bar. Cloudbreaker's beard. I liked the racing scenes too, I'll actually give you that. Very episode 1 in a good way. Mario was honestly pretty terrible. Toad was just there. Peach... I didn't like Donkey Kong. Let me actually go in that direction first. What they did with Donkey was just... why even have him in the film? In fact, there's even a wonderful scene where they come very close to having some actual honest-to-God characterization for Donkey Kong. And then immediately stop the scene in mid-sentence to get on with, you know, just getting on with the plot. I'm not a huge fan of Seth Rogen, but I'm not super against him. I'm just like, who needs Daisy? She's busy running Sahasrara Land or whatever you... Frankie was there. Honestly, other than the racing scene, my favorite sequence in the entire film the Boo Mansion with Luigi. It was one of the earlier scenes of the film. Tons and tons of dry bones all over the place. Yeah, the complaint I have about Peach is weird, because Peach is a badass. That's actually in character for her. It has been since she first had character. For bonus points, can anyone tell me where Peach first had character? If you could successfully tell me, I'll go ahead and put a, I don't know, $3 towards a game of your choice. Anyways. Toki Toki Pan. Drakaji got it. It is the comic that came out to celebrate Super Mario World. That comic is actually the origination of most of the story stuff of Mario, as weird as that sounds. Luigi being brave, Bowser being like the adorable doofus who's not actually evil, Peach being a total badass, Mario being the Mario, all of that actually comes from that Mario World comic. That was the very first iteration of all of that. And it's most of that's been true ever since. The comic came out to celebrate Mario World, Elizar. Now, do you think that Super Mario RPG came out before Super Mario World? And if so, do you understand time? Are you a Time Lord? Do I need to be talking in reverse to communicate with you? Okay, so... I'm sorry, I'm being a dick. I apologize. But yeah, no, actually, yeah, it's exactly the same thing that happened with the Archie comics over in Sega. And unfortunately never happened with Mega Man in the same direction, because the Mega Man Archie comics, I think it was Archie. Now I'm second-guessing myself. Were really good. They added a lot of wonderful stuff. Wonderful character stuff. What, the one isn't out yet, Ream Bright? I don't know. I haven't played it yet. I pre-order it the second it comes out, though. Or, you know what I mean. Regular order. Order? I don't know. One of my favorite little story tidbits from the Mega Man comics was when Needleman was knitting, and Rock comes in to fight him, and he's like, "What are you doing?" And Needleman's like, "I'm just trying to have some fun before you kill me." And Rock's like, "What?" And Needleman starts fighting him and gets angrier and angrier throughout the fight, because he's like, "You have a choice. You get to do something you actually enjoy doing. We don't have that choice. We're forced into our roles." And when Rock finally defeats Needleman just is like, "Just end it. Just be done with it." And Rock looks like really, really hurt before he finally pulls the trigger and kills him. It's a great scene. That's the kind of stuff in the Mega Man comics. If you can get a hold of a copy, I highly recommend them. Yeah, no, it's pretty gut-wrenching. They don't pull punches. What's really messed up is that Wily not being pure evil also kind of got started in those comics. There's actually a scene where there's a crossover between Sonic and Mega Man, and Robotnik casually tries to kill Dr. Light. Wily is livid about that. Like, almost attacks Robotnik on the spot for that. How dare you? Oh my god, what is wrong with you? Why would you do that? And Robotnik's like, what? He's your enemy, isn't it? He is my rival, thank you very much. It is. It's very Robotnik, and it's very Wily. It helps to contrast the two. Robotnik is not right in the head. And Wily, he's a little bit eccentric, but the whole point is that he's not, he's a Bowser, right? Yeah, Wily wants to win. Robotnik, Anyways. Yeah, we don't talk about that one. Disco. Anyways, I think I've hit my toxicity capacity for the day. I'm going to go ahead and chop off here. As a reminder, there is no stream tomorrow. So we'll continue this wonderful game on Tuesday.